Welcome. I will now open this special event workshop at the Grand County Commission. Present are Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Mike McCurdy, Tricia Dean, Mary McGann, Administrator Quinn Hall, Clerk Auditor Gabe Wojtek, and audience. Welcome. Oh, and Kevin Walker. Thank you. You weren't sure you were going to be able to make this, so I'm happy to see that you're here. Kevin is working in California. Our first order of business is our special events. Kate Finley.
Okay, so all of the events that we're going to be looking at were received by the deadline for Q1 of 2025 and deemed to be high impact by the events committee. As we've done in the past, the commission reviews and approves intent to apply submissions that are high impact. This is a little bit unusual this time around because actually only one of the events is in Q1 of 2025. So per the ordinance, you can submit your ITA up to 12 months in advance. Almost everybody this round was really on it. So you all have the opportunity to either approve those intent to apply submissions at this meeting or postpone to a later date. We've also got one request for a date change. So this is an event that previously came before the commission and was approved. Due to a permitting issue, they're requesting just that they can have their event on a different date. And so that's actually the one that we'll start with. I'll just kind of start going through these and give a brief summary. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions. So our submission for October is the one that's the date change. That's Rexy Queen of the Desert. This is a gravel bike event. They start at Moab Giants. They ride on dirt roads up to 70 at Floyd. Then they go through the Book Cliffs to Fruita, Colorado. This will be the 4th year for that event. They initially were approved for October 5th, and they're requesting, because of permit conflict on the Colorado side, that they have the event instead on November 2nd this year. Then the March submission, which is the only one that's in Q1 of 2025, is for Moab Run the Rocks. This takes place on March 6th through the 9th. It's a running event that's spread out over 3 days. So 1 day is in Lone Mesa, 1 day is in the Gemini Bridges area, 1 day is in the Bar M area. They expect 675 people. We had 2 submissions for April. One is for Moab Rocks. That's April 4th through the 7th. They're anticipating 450 people. This event has taken place for 10 years previously. That's a mountain bike stage race. So they do Sand Flats to Porcupine Rim, then they race in the Bar and Klondike Bluffs area and the Gemini Bridges area. Second April submission is Running Up for Air Moab. This was a first-year event this past year. So this will be the 2nd year that they're having the event. They have a race that's aimed at raising awareness of clean air issues. And so what they do is you have an option of doing a 3, 6, or 12-hour event, and they run up Stairmaster and down Moab Rim as many times as you can in that time period. Then for May, we also had 2 submissions. So the first is Moab Fondo Fest weekend. This has taken place 2 years in the past. They anticipate 550 riders. So they have a road ride one day, which is Lions Park, then they get on the bike path and up 313. And then the next day is a gravel ride in the Gemini Bridges 10-mile location area. Second May submission is Raptors on the Rocks. This is a motorized event. They're anticipating 75 vehicles. It's taken place 4 years previously. So they have education and trail rides for basically Ford owners, so Raptors, F-150s, Broncos, and similar. And then the submission for June was the Moab Red Rock Rally 2025. This was a new event as well this year. They just concluded last month. They're requesting that this ITA be reviewed early because it allows them to align with industry cycles and line up sponsors a little bit better. So they are planning on moving out to Osta this year and then doing trail rides as well, mostly in the north, northeast, and northwest of Moab. I've also included the calendar. If you look at the calendar, that has intent to applies that have been received to this point. So everything that we've gotten is on the calendar. And then also attached are all of the individual intent to apply submissions.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Yeah, so are all of these events in good standing? Did you have any complaints?
No, I reviewed all of the feedback forms right before I came here, and almost universally, there's like minimal concern. Like on a 1 to 5 scale, almost everyone got like 1.
Okay, great. And then, and this is a question I asked you, the UTV event, you guys changed your name. This is something that I brought up to Caitlin, like I was getting some feedback. Do you mind coming up and telling me why?
Yes.
I can't remember what the original name was either. You'll have to let me.
Original name was Red Rock Roundup. I don't know
Okay.
if I need to say it, that would be that long. And we basically had a rodeo contact us with the same name
Okay,
and asked us what we were doing and whether we were affiliated in any way. And we told them that they were, and they requested that we change the name.
okay.
And so we looked at the state, and there were a couple other names available, but Rally was still available. And so we changed it to Red Rock.
So you probably know that the feedback I got was like Rally on the Rocks is like they affiliated it with the old event. Does that make sense? And so there was definitely concern coming from citizens to me, and then I conveyed that to Caitlin.
Which was the original reason I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't-
No, it's fine.
Which was the original reason we didn't call it Rally to begin with. We
Right,
called it Roundup.
right.
And it created some pretty major cost for us. We had shirts and stuff printed up that we basically just ended up giving away. And so we didn't make that change lightly, and it was a pretty big impact to us as far as our advertising and our merchandise when we had to change it.
I appreciate you answering that. That helps me. You know, I just, yeah. You know, I
We
definitely.
were worried about it too,
Okay.
which I've said before is why we didn't call it Rally to begin with.
Right, okay. Thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
In regards to the Rex reschedule change, do you know where the trail marathon is gonna be happening?
Yeah, it takes place on King Creek, so they're kind of in 2 different parts of the county.
Any further questions? Michael?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So when we previously discussed the Red Rock Rally or Roundup event, the idea is we would, permit it on a trial basis and then, just see what kind of, monitor and see if it caused complaints, extra noise, that kind of thing. Could you tell me like what, did we just wait to see if any complaints arrived, or was there, how did we go about assessing the impacts of that event?
So I send out a post-event form to all of our referral agencies when I close out the application for each year. Basically saying like, do you have any positive feedback? Do you have any negative feedback? Did your agency have to respond to anything? How concerned are you in the future? Do you have suggestions for improvement? And so that goes out to like law enforcement, the BLM, EMS, fire, search and rescue. And that came back with zero concern. People generally said like, hey, this is a well-organized event. People were happy to be here. I don't have any negative feedback.
Okay, but do we make any attempts to, like, one of the big issues around this type of event is people who live along routes to the trailhead. I think the organizers said they were going to encourage but not require trailers. I'm just curious if we know how that worked out.
So that's not currently part of the process to talk to, like, try and find folks who live along an event route. I haven't heard anything, honestly, one way or the other about the event. I don't know if you've heard anything.
Go on,
Like,
I'm gonna come
if you want to come up, if you have such,
just so you're on the,
Just if
on
you-
your, on the mic.
negative or positive.
And then maybe the trailering question, Kent, if you know
I
that if.
didn't hear Kevin's question.
My question is that have we made any effort to, there are various mitigation measures proposed with the event to try to lessen the impact on neighborhoods, and I'm just wanted to know if we have a way of determining how successful that was. Did it seem like just a regular week for people who live on Mill Creek Drive, or did it seem like a noisier than normal event? And I guess if we're optimistic, if we think, well, we didn't get a lot of letters to the paper, then it must have been okay. But I'm just curious what else we know about that.
He's talking about, pardon me, about trailering and things like that. Okay. A lot of our participants did trailer to trailheads and used that. There was very little side-by-side traffic to our trailheads areas, so they did trailer, a lot of trailer in those areas. So, because we wanted to minimize any impact at all through the entire neighborhood. But yes,
Thanks.
and they were very cooperative with that, by the way, the participants. Okay, does that answer the question?
Good, while you're up, could I ask you something, Kid? I see that you mentioned Fits and Things and Hell's Revenge. Do you know if those are daytime planned rides or those sunset rides or?
We do not do dark sunset rides or night rides, none at all. It's all planned at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. We get done with the trail and you're back to the motel rooms, but there is no planned night rides or sunset rides. In fact, we encourage people not to do that.
Any other questions? Oh, if you, yeah, because you won't show you, they won't be heard on YouTube or Zoom if you're not up here.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Somebody mentioned before, did we talk to anybody in town about whether they felt like it was just a normal weekend or not? I know a lot of people in town. They did speak to their neighbors. I was very concerned about whether that would be an issue. And almost to the letter, people didn't know there was a side-by-side event going on until they were asked about it. The people we obviously knew, but speaking to their neighbors, several of them on the road out toward Cates Creek, several of them on the road. We were concerned about the steel bender because we do drive a little blacktop there. And almost to a person, they didn't notice any increase. They didn't know there was an event going on during the time.
Thank you. I live close to Mill Creek and Spanish Valley Drive, and oftentimes when I'm out in the evening, I will know when a lot of people are going up that road, or in the morning when I'm doing my yard work, and I didn't notice anything personally. And I knew the event was going on.
Yeah, I don't mean to be mean, guys. I didn't know what was going on. I lived just off Mill Creek. So.
So I would like to say thank you. I mean, we really want, this was a probationary, and it sounds like the mitigations and the precautions you took were successful. And I appreciate it. And I'm sure because they didn't know it was going on, the citizens don't know to appreciate it, but thank you. But since they didn't know what was going on, that means it was a success. Any other questions?
With the Fondo, is that, just a new owner? Is it still like basically the Grand Fondo, just different?
Yeah, it's still a Trans Rockies event.
But I mean, because it says 2 years, but there's been a Fondo that's happened historically for longer than that. I wasn't clear if this was an additional one or if it's replacing a historic one.
So I processed this application last year, also with Trans Rockies, and it was pretty much it's the same as it was last year. Past that, I'd have to dig into it, so that kind of predates me.
Yes, Michael.
On the Rexy, that was just to make sure that their permits on our side aligned with the Colorado side, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
With the early submissions, was there a chance to just kind of look at last year's event calendar? I'm often hesitant to pre-approve them far out, not knowing like who else is going to be asking for them. I think that that's part of the reason that we do them quarterly, is so that we can have all the applications in front of us when we are kind of picking and choosing. And so do you by chance have the calendar from last year of what else was going on in those times? Or what we might expect?
It's a Google Calendar, so I could pull it up and then basically rewind 12 months. To my recollection, all of these folks are aware of, for example, Jeep Safari and kind of work around that. Some of them, like if you look Moab Rocks and Running Up for Air, there's a little bit of a time overlap there, right? But they're in different parts of the county. So from my general recollection last year, we didn't really have any conflicts with any of these events. And if there were events around the same time, they were not in the same area.
I guess I appreciate that. Just to kind of reiterate some of my concerns, that when I am a little hesitant to just go right back to like a rolling application process instead of like sticking with like the quarterly. So I just don't want to throw out that system before we given it. It was last year was kind of the first year we were adopting it. I think people were getting used to it, and then I'd like to just kind of like stick with the model some before just going straight back to rolling open admission.
What was the reason again that they wanted to apply early? I forgot.
So some of these folks, so Trans Rockies is an example, right? They were submitting for Run the Rocks, and then they have 2 events past quarter 1, right? So Moab Rocks in April is a Trans Rockies event, and then Fondo Fest in May is a Trans Rockies event. And so that applicant said, okay, like if I'm submitting for one, I might as well just submit for my other events for the year. Red Rock Rally, if you look in the background, the first part of the background section, they explain it. So they are trying to line up sponsors and funding, and in the side-by-side industry, budgeting cycles happen in the 3rd quarter of the year. So they're saying if we can get the ITA like in hand and know that we're able to proceed, that'll allow us to do some pre-planning and line up funding earlier in alignment with the budgeting cycles. I think if I were to speak generally, a lot of folks like applying earlier, especially with these bigger events, because to them, they feel like until they get their ITA approved, they don't necessarily know if they can move forward, right? And so they're like, well, if I'm putting time and money into putting on this event and trying to line up sponsors and get everything going, like I'd like to have essentially like that warm feeling from the commission that like this event can move forward. Is a lot of the conversations that I've had with applicants who have submitted early. That said, I mean, the ordinance says you can apply early and the commission can elect whether to consider early or postpone. And I know, I think at the last workshop, there was some discussion around maybe having some criteria for like when some things are early.
Yeah, I think with all of these being recurring events, it's and being able to see kind of like last year's calendar, it's not too shocking to me of like, oh my gosh, what else is going on? But I mean, just the intent of like trying to avoid having 5 events happening on a particular weekend. I don't necessarily want to like prioritize the high impact ones. Like, let's get these on the calendar as soon as possible, so that everybody else is trying to like wiggle around the big high impact ones. It's you know, if we're filling the calendar with some of the other ones, then maybe we don't need as many high impact ones. So it's not speaking to any individual applications here, but just rather the intent behind the model. And I think, you know, with your point that this is really just the intent to apply and not the final approval. It's just kind of, you know, if these are approved at the meeting today, that there's kind of that grain of salt that it's still not approved.
Yes,
It's just-
people still have to go through the permit application.
Yeah, I agree with what Evan's saying, that I do think we should avoid, you know, this, or we either avoid or think carefully about this slippage of the model we originally set up. And like Evan, I don't have any objections to any particular event here, but I do think there's virtue in the, you know, looking at the whole calendar and looking at things holistically. Now, because a lot of these events are recurring ones that we would very likely be saying yes to under any circumstances, that makes it a little bit less of an issue. But I don't want us to just sort of, you know, without having any discussion, slip into a model that, you know, people, you know, just apply for it whenever, and it becomes haphazard again. So.
Yes, point well taken, Evan. And I know the other reason we created this model was that we had so many events come and apply towards at last minute. And then they'd already vested all this money, so it's very difficult for us to say no to it. So, you know, there was a couple reasons why we created this model.
This, applying early, from an event host, standpoint is the only, applying early and getting at least a thumbs up with intent to apply instead of just an application is the only way to get funding. I see it with the Red Rock Rally here, to get on people's boards, or at least their funding cycles, is the only way to apply early. Because if not, then they're hitting up TCAB, or the Travel Council for continued funding, which is an ongoing issue also, going into non-new events, as from watching that. The only way for them to be able to fund their own event and or take home, you know, what they make off the event is to get on as early as possible and get that funding in place. So I don't really mind seeing them early. I know that it's a hardship that they're felt on, is to try to get their event clear, approved, and funded all before the event is an event host stream.
Any further discussion or questions? I guess it's questions more now. Discussion will happen during the action item. Yes, Bill?
I kind of echo what Mike is saying there, is that it's very hard if you're not allowing people to get some idea of whether they can move forward or not. A lot of these, it isn't just the Red Rock Rally, but a lot of these races and these marathons and things, they need to be scheduled several years in advance, not just in a quarterly situation. So anywhere that we can at least give them a nod of some sort of approval here is going to help them in the long run. Or it's going to be an extreme hardship on them if we're not trying to work with them, so.
Questions? We will continue this discussion when we come to our action item. Thank you, Kate. Very nice job. We have a few minutes before our next workshop, so we have a 3-minute break.
Any any material for the next workshop?
No, it's really just a discussion. Brand's not us.
The time is 3:02, and I will begin this second workshop on code enforcement. Brandon Black and Michelle Layton. Planning and zoning. Thank you.
For those that don't know me, I'm Brandon Black, and this is Mikkel Layton. So kind of the format for this, I want to go over a few things, kind of present some information, statistics, caseload, things like that. And then I want to kind of go over a few topics that we may need to discuss and get direction on, just regarding the commission and the thoughts. So let's dive right in. The current caseload, including all cases up to 2018, pre-2018, there's 48 open cases. Of those, 10 are illegal camping, 5 are dark skies, the non-conforming lighting, the amortization issue. 2 cases are possible overnight rental, 9 are building and grading permit related, and there's one that's a health and safety case. The rest are a variety of zoning related violations, from agriculture complaints to junkyard, refuse and debris on the lot. Currently, the primary source of active cases is now complaint driven. From when I started in November till now, there's been 55 new cases. 43 were reported by citizens. 5 are agency referrals coming in from the building department, the health department, or the fire department. 7 are proactive or received from a planning and zoning situation that was brought up internally. And 1 case has been sent to the county attorney's office for action that way. So we're having a pretty good success rate. There's people that don't want to work with me, and people are willing to have the help. And so it's been pretty extremes on both sides to see if people are willing or if they're going to fight tooth and nail. So that kind of brings me to the first discussion item, which is, are we looking to be a complaint driven, or do we want to be a proactive approach in code enforcement? If we do choose proactive, how do we choose where we start? Just because there's so many different directions to begin with. You go off location, violation, or some other mean to where we say this is the starting point, work our way out from there. And then if we do go proactive, we want to start tackling cases faster. What additional resources will we need? So just kind of bring that up, maybe stop to discuss that for a minute and then move on.
Remind me, 2018 is when the position was created.
I believe so. Yeah. Everything pre-2018 was marked as a different case.
Yeah, we did have,
It was through the sheriff's office.
there wasn't.
Yeah,
There was not a code enforcer. It was a big deal to get one.
So can you describe that process, why you did it?
Because, mostly because of the safety and health situation. My husband being a fireman was real concerned, because every time a fireman was taken to the emergency room, it was due to them responding to a fire where there was health and safety, like, you know, people were hoarding, or there was a whole bunch of junk and such around their house. And then it's at night and there's fire and there's smoke. Almost every time they respond to a fire of that nature is when someone gets hurt. So that was my main driver, was I was concerned about the safety and health of our emergency responding people. Plus, we were getting a lot of complaints about areas that were more and more areas in the community were becoming quasi places where trash was being collected, and old cars and junk. And we were getting complaints about that. We started out with a part-time code enforcer. It didn't work well. We moved. Our first full-time was Jacques, and who did really moved it into the 20th century. He did a really good job and did it in a way that the concern that the public had was that we were going to become, just nitpicky. That, like you were everybody was going to be living in a place where you had codes and such as that, HDOs. And so that's how it started. It was a process that not all the commission was on board. There were some commissioners that were very opposed to starting to do code enforcement. Some commissioners that were lukewarm, and I think there myself and another one was very, very adamant we had to do this until we wanted to be proactive so someone didn't get critically injured in an accident because we were not dealing with health and safety. And so if we went proactive, I'll start the conversation. If we did proactive, that's what I would want to be the first on the list, is finding places that are of health and safety risk for the community, whether fire hazards, whether, disease, like the areas that are, with so many mosquitoes now that carry viruses, places that have a lot of standing water and aren't dealing with it. Usually that's because of having a lot of tires on their property that's just laying around. So if we decided to move a little more towards proactive, I would like it to start with health and safety issues. Any other comments?
No, that's a great, I'm one of the ones who kind of prompted this discussion with planning and zoning. And that was something that Mikhail said, which really, for some reason, it was like, oh yeah, you're right. Like, it was like a kind of a slap in the face. Like, yeah, why do we have code enforcement? Well, in the end, we want to make sure, people are safe, but also healthy. Like if we have, which we are going to get to illegal camping in a while, then we fall into that idea of sanitation. Are they living in a situation that is not, healthy for themselves or their family? And so that was a really big driving factor, and I appreciated that comment from her, and that you just reiterated it. So that's good.
Michael?
I actually look towards proactive also, but I hold that in the same hand as saying that escalation tactics or severity should escalate at a decent pace. It shouldn't just be right to you're going to jail tonight, that kind of thing. If someone's willing to work, I would want that process to be very, very clear, that you get more flies with sugar, kind of thing. But I do actually like the proactive approach. There's just a lot going on right now. I don't want it to get any more out of hand or not have an answer for it on my tenure here. So,
Bill?
Yeah, I'm curious why we didn't have some of your information uploaded in the packet, number one, because I can't write as fast as you were talking, and there was a lot of information that gone. So it'd be really great to see your numbers somewhere on hard paper and where some of these complaints are generated from. And then my question would be, are you working with law enforcement and with our county attorney on this? Because I think we're getting into a real gray area here of overreach in some people's minds, especially those people that you're going to be going on their property. So working with our county attorney and law enforcement, and I'm almost concerned as to why you wouldn't fall under the law enforcement rather than under planning and zoning.
Well, that's been a part of the discussion over the last more than a year is,
Okay, well,
would that be a better place? Well, I just,
yeah.
So before Brandon was here, we did actually discuss that with Stephen, would it be better placed under the sheriff's department? And so it's an interesting concept.
And I'm a former sheriff deputy, so I'm familiar with all the guys at the sheriff's office, or most of them. I guess there's a few more. And been working with Stephen Stocks, on cases that require it. Most I kind of bouncing back and trying to get compliance through voluntary measures instead of just showing up and be like, hey, you're going to jail. It's a little different. Just back in the sheriff's office, when there's a problem, you show up and you fix the problem then and there. And so now it's something that can last years, depending on, you know, the severity of the problem, the junkyard on the property or anything like that. So trying to find that balance of when to get the sheriff's office involved and when not to, when to, you know, keep it on the civil side versus criminal side. But yeah, that's kind of a last ditch resort. We try and get compliance in the other way. Thank you.
And I think a little bit more about why it's in the planning and zoning. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it also the position kind of started when there was a lot of complaints about illegal overnight accommodations and illegal overnight rentals, and people were forwarding us screenshots of Airbnb and VRBO, like this was my neighbor's house, and so we invested in a software that I assume you're still using that would basically scrub the internet. And if there was a new posting in our zone, they would look and kind of see if it was in the correct zoning and stuff. And there was a Vista volunteer at the time that set all that up, and was their whole job was basically just looking at Airbnb and VRBO nonstop. And hopefully that's kind of curbed some, but I would also say that was taking us out of just a strictly complaint based, that there was some proactive on our side to invest in that software and dedicate staff time towards searching these out. Because I think you know the flip side of, you know, oh, is it overreach or whatever, is that there's a lot of people that were playing by the rules and they were doing everything they were supposed to do, and they were paying their taxes and all that, and they're like, look at these guys, who are they? Do they even have a business license? And so a lot of it was just to kind of, you know, level the playing field and that sort of stuff. And so is that still something that's high on your to-do list, or is that kind of back
Yes,
burner
and
now?
it's currently out of my hands. We're supposed to be switching to a new program called GovOS, and the initial live date was at the beginning of May. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, I saw an email that said we are waiting on assessor parcel information. And so there's a question on if that was going to be, you know, was IT going to set something up, or is that something that we're going to have to go in and enter in manually? And so we're still working on getting that program brought into place. I'm anticipating that when it does, I'll have a bunch of new cases right off the bat.
And so obviously I think the reason that we kind of lean more towards the complaint based than the proactive is just a matter of resources. And so I guess to kind of transition to, you know, I think there's a lot of support for a more proactive sort of code enforcement. And you know, what do you kind of see as the low hanging fruit or the first steps to be taken, or requests that you would have to move in that direction?
I definitely agree with Mary. Thinking that safety is a high priority. As much as I want to say, like, let's dive in and take all these properties that have junk and years of buildup and trash, I think financially that's not feasible, just because it's going to be a big project, time consuming. We have funds to, like, you know, donate dumpsters that they can use to help clean up their property and things like that. We only have so much. And so I think going after all big, you know, ones at one time could be a problem. I definitely see that. I definitely see the nightly rental, because that's, you know, driving the market up for the cost of living here for people that are trying to find housing. So I definitely think that's something we need to look at. Yeah, I think that's where we start there, and I think that's going to take a while just to get through that.
So I had a question.
Yes.
And I think maybe Brandon may have partially just answered it, but you started out saying, do we want to go in the direction of more proactive enforcement? I'm presuming you guys have thought about that some, and if you could just sketch out a few options. You mentioned a couple. Are there others that we should think about when deciding about being more proactive?
No, so the reason I bring it up is just so that we don't like get in trouble for profiling. You're going after a certain group of people first, and so that's kind of why I brought it up. Is like, how is the safest way in everyone's eyes that we move to proactive enforcement without, getting us in a lawsuit or any trouble like that. Just because we are a big county, there's a lot of private property all over the place that needs work, and so we just didn't want to seem like we were focusing on one certain group or one certain area.
Okay.
Well,
And I had a second question. I know in the past, the city of Moab has handled animal complaints from the unincorporated areas. Is that still true, or have they ceased to do
Heard
that
that they have
cooperation?
ceased that. I don't know any details. I just heard that there was a little bit of conflict there, and so I've heard that they quit doing that.
So if you get a barking dog complaint now, what do? You just handle it yourself? Or-
That one would resort to the sheriff's office for it being a noise complaint.
Okay.
yes. Mike?
In that previous, talk of the escalation on just say a barking dog. I know it refers to the sheriff's. I've had my dogs called in. I've called others in. But on larger topics, illegal camping, nightly rentals, is it you, you making the decision to escalate that farther? Is it the total of the planning and zoning? Is it team? Is it who makes those decisions? To go, okay, now we're going to take this from, hey, we asked politely, to you're getting a letter from the county, to your, who makes these step decisions?
Right, so I try and keep it all the same. Initially up on every case, like even though it could probably be fixed with a phone call, I'm getting a letter ready and I'm sending it out
Yeah.
to everyone. Just so that way they can't say I'm playing favoritism and calling these people, but these guys got a letter and things like that. And so a lot of it at the beginning of the case just relies on my judgment.
Okay.
But as the case progresses, like I'll talk with planning and the zoning administrator and kind of get everyone's feeling for it moving forward. So that way it's not just like if I get my, have my temper raised, that it's not me just lashing out, but it's makes sense.
Yeah.
Appropriate action for it.
I've just looked at what the city does with actually several enforcement officers, I do believe. They kind of have an enforcement board. I don't know the actual name of it, but they just go over, from time to time, they go over a lot of their reports as a whole and put more eyes on it. I'm not saying that you favoritism. I just would never want that, or favoritism, or aggression towards one person. I just never would want that to never come into question. I mean, on all the topics, I'd like to see a little bit of sheriff's input. I'd like to see even city PD input. I'd like to see planning and zoning input, building department. I mean, everyone's input a little more on that. I know that input can also slow action down. So keeping it at a minimum, but putting more eyes on it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah, and I failed to mention, like every 2 weeks we have a code enforcement meeting that involves the health department, building department, fire departments, and planning and zoning. So we all get together every couple of weeks and kind of go over the big cases.
Okay.
Like if like we went out on a site visit yesterday and we all went, so that way we could all get eyes on.
Yeah.
kind of have that discussion, like, hey, what do we do? What's fair? You know, what do we start with? What do we think needs to happen right now? What can be down the road? So we do have a little bit of that in place. Just not with the sheriff's office and law enforcement.
Understand?
Bill? Bill? Then I'll come back to you, Michael.
Go ahead.
In my commission report, I actually had the GovOS that I was gonna discuss. and ask
What?
about
Oh, great.
The GovOS, which is the software Becky was talking about, and I was gonna ask if there'd be a discussion at the next commission meeting, but as we're right here discussing it, they emailed me because they're unsure who in your department should they be contacting. And they've asked if they can come and do a presentation to the commission on the best practices of how to have that short-term rent management program software utilized to the best of its ability. And so they've just given me a little bit of a chain of command or, you know, responses back and forth, but they are kind of unsure where to go next because of the turnover in the planning facility. So I just figured I'd mention it now. They would also like to come before the commission and explain to the commissioners the value of this software. And I believe we paid $21,432 for it, and then they did an upgrade and added, we paid another $2,004 for some add-on to it. And so I know I was one of the ones that there were multiple of us pushing this when it came forward, but evidently my name got picked and they sent me an email regarding it. So I see some value in, you know, communicating with them and getting that started, and then some value on our end on being educated on how that can best be used. And then on a separate note, because you mentioned and Kevin brought up the dog in unincorporated areas, the city park, I get nothing but complaints, and I like going to free music concerts down there, but I'm approached almost nonstop when I'm there about why isn't anybody doing anything about the dogs in the park, and there is no dog issue. No dog. So there's supposed to be no dogs in the park. I'm not sure the verbiage I need to be using, but are you working with the city to where there could be some more back and forth there? I mean, clearly that's an issue within the city and it isn't in our purview. And I always just turn to them and ask them to find a police officer. There's issues within the city as well as there are out of the city. So if we could do something down there, and then while we're on the short-term rental, I get a lot of complaints from people also that are generated with the van lifers that constantly live around that park. And then they use the swimming pool facilities for their showers and their routine or whatever that they do there. And so people that swim down there constantly are complaining about that as well. And I just wonder if there's any way to kind of be doing something that works with the city in an effort to, I mean, where you might be a big acreage county, but we're actually very small when it comes to residents. I think there's somewhere around 10,000 residents in this county. So I really see a need in many areas to be working better with the city, but this one specifically, because I don't know what to tell people when I'm down there.
Yes,
I-
Trish?
I do, I mean, I'll state that I go to that gym in the mornings and it does seem like their code enforcement. They've given the van lifers an hour that they can start parking there, and I don't know if it's 6 AM. But earlier than 6, it's pretty desolate now. It used to not be. But now I think that it's the words on the street, like people cannot camp there, but they do come, whatever that timeline that the city has set, they do emerge, but I would think that's out of our hands. I mean, the city has, I think they have quite a few code enforcement officers. So, and I do think they spend a lot of time at Swanee Park, but it's a tough one. There's a lot of people there all the time. One thing I do, Bill, I want to return to your GovOS, and I don't know how, Brandon, if you want to, you know, how you, or Bill, what you want Brandon to do, if you want him to contact them first and then invite them to that meeting, however you want to do it, but whatever resources you guys need from the county to get that up and running, we need to get that up and running. Because as you mentioned, we're paying for it and it's not running, so,
I've got an old email chain I can look up and.
Okay, great.
And look at the lady that represents, or is supposed to be our rep,
okay,
and so I'll reach out to her and
okay, that'd be
see if we
great.
can get something
Get
started.
rolling, okay, and maybe attach Bill, just so you know, so stuff like that,
So I can do that. And then,
that'd be awesome.
yeah, I'll reach out to Mark with Moab Code Enforcement, cause they're more like the boots on the ground, like parking citations, dogs in the park type of thing, whereas that's not something we necessarily pursue. We leave that for the sheriff's office. But I'll reach out to them and just see, because we have Old City Park and it can be just as bad for people camping out there. So I'll reach out to Mark and see what we can get resolved.
I just think fostering an attitude of working with them, whether it's your department or our sheriff and police department, anything we can do. Make that happen more regular, I guess.
Evan?
You had mentioned there were some open cases around the dark skies or the lighting code enforcement. Could you just speak briefly about the status of, those changes and the enforceability or what a common kind of thing for you is?
So I don't know any update on like the newer ordinances that we're getting in place. I think it's slightly on the back burner because we have the 6 month to redo the land use code. And so I think it's going to be addressed more after that. But for now, yeah, those cases are just considered open cases until we get the more definitive way of enforcing. One thing I would like to try and keep enforcing is on new builds that they don't have lights that aren't dark skies approved, because that's something I've noticed some of the newer houses are coming in with just the standard lights in there. And so I feel like that's something we should be able to stay on top of, because it's clearly stated in there that it's not allowed on a new building.
So when you notice those, do you kind of punt it back to the building department or who's signing off on?
So the building department's signing off on it, but it's something that we're gonna have to start doing proactive inspections with the building department. Cause in addition to that, we're like from the planning and zoning aspect, we're noticing setback violations too. And so people are building really close to the front of the street or to their neighbors or things like that. So just one of the things we need to kind of figure out how to address with planning and zoning. Is it a code enforcement, is it planning and zoning while it's being built type of a thing.
And those group meetings that you mentioned with the multi-departments, are those consistently well attended, or is it hit or miss, or?
Yeah, fire department's probably the most hit or miss, just because the nature of their beast. Sometimes they've got fires going on, like this week they're out of town fighting, wildland fires, so they're not around. Or who we normally work with isn't around. But yeah, we try and keep it fairly consistent. If we know a lot of people aren't gonna be there, we'll reschedule until a different time.
I guess that if there's a lot coming up, either through the lighting or the setbacks or that sort of stuff, I wonder if there's additional resources there. Because I think it is a challenging position when they're chasing dog bites and illegal camping and stuff happening online with postings, and then, things that are kind of more slow motion or things that are in existence at people's homes. And that's not even getting into the health and safety of junk.
Yeah.
And so it's especially for us that aren't living it daily, it's hard for us to imagine kind of what resources might be needed or which direction to kind of take things. And I think with most departments, there's kind of like the grade A wish list. If we could have everything we ever wanted, this is what it looked like. And then there's the like, oh, it would be nice if this could happen. And then there's the like, hey, we need this immediately. And so as we kind of move into the budget season with stuff coming up, that's kind of the time for us to put all the cards on the table and, you know, look at everything all at once. And so I think the most kind of like guidance or requests or whatever that we could get from the department of like, hey, if we want to improve this, you know, here's option A, here's option B, and kind of give us a bit of a choose your own adventure. That'll kind of help us help you guys. So I'd say that's useful for everybody.
And I wanted to go back to the dogs in the park. When I went to the art festival, there were a lot of policemen around stopping people that had dogs and telling them they couldn't be there. So I'm wondering if that is part of the festival or the activities responsibility to contact the police and say, we would like you there to help us enforce the dog issue. But I think that's a good idea. Like for the free concerts, I think it would be worthwhile getting a hold of the police station, because it is city, and saying, you know, during the free concert, it would be really helpful if we had someone there, because they were very polite. I saw them go up to a few people and just say, you know, your dogs aren't allowed. You're going to have to take your dog home and don't leave it in the car, you know. So
Please don't.
I think maybe we need to be more proactive and get ask them to be there when we know, like at the free concerts or certain events, or even, you know, maybe even have it part of applying for a permit to have an event at one of our parks, that they have to agree to just not allow dogs.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear, I'm not picking on dogs and I'm not picking on the free concert, because I like both. But I am approached and it's like, you know, you just turn and you ask them to go look for the proper authority is what I do. But nevertheless, it is a constant, you know, thing that's brought up. And so working with the city a little bit was just an idea. That's all.
Maybe we should move on. Should we talk about, go
Yeah,
ahead. Thank you. That's good. Right.
yeah, so I was just gonna go over, cause the next section I was gonna talk about was the GovOS update. And right now we only have 2 cases of the nightly rentals. One of them's mostly wrapped up. The lady decided to sell her land and give up on the idea of having a nightly rental. And then the other, I'm just kind of waiting. I can't find a website for this house that has been doing illegal rentals. And so I'm waiting for the GovOS software, so that way I can pull it up and see, try and utilize that software to see if it's still being used as a nightly rental. So
But you think once it's up and running, you'll probably have more cases?
yeah, I'm pretty sure, just with all the new construction and new ownership of the houses and apartments and such. So yeah, the next thing on my list is actually what direction we would go with the illegal camping cases. Kind of, yeah, do we want to pause enforcement? Do we want to switch to active enforcement? Do we want to do like more of an informational, you know, educational flyer and get that information out there?
Could you give us some background on what you're dealing with?
So like right now I've got 10 cases where it's illegal campers. And that's actually
Are these like
oldest case.
pullovers on the river road, or is this like somebody's
This is-
brother-in-law in their backyard?
Yes,
Is
so
this
this is-
parks?
I wouldn't say brother-in-law, it's like people are living, you know, definitely.
Yeah, the people are renting out RVs and renting out RV spots, and people are, you know, living there. And so we kind of have that question, do we push for compliance where housing is difficult, or do we kind of let things slide and just keep it on the warning side still? So that's kind of where I'm at. So I'm just kind of looking for some guidance.
I feel this heavily as you get know, I've come and talked to you about it a few times. Both sides. Yes, it's going on. Yes, there's people renting out, not one, but multiples, on their land. no, I do not want to kick families out of a camper. I've had to illegally live in a camper on family's property and do that myself, not but a couple of years ago. But if I would have known at the time that I was creating a problem, flyer, etc., I would have made the changes. I can't say that'll happen for everyone. I'd like from my purview, I'd like some enforcement. I'd like the chain of escalation heavily documented, etc. Going into that, I mean, just ladder rungs going up, but I would like enforcement on it. I can't say my experience would go, or if I would have gotten a flyer, I would have exited my area and found a more proper time or a proper one, but problems are arising, and I can only point towards the fire department. It's going to be bad, just from what I know personally, and I know you deal with a lot more, but
Yes. I mean, I like the educational piece, and I know the city did, quite a bit of like big ads in the paper, but I don't know how you would want to do that, whether you put stuff on the website, you're sending out information. I think education is a nice first step. I would assume we all agree that families can come and stay for a couple weeks in your backyard, but beyond that, yeah. And then I think the safety piece is really imperative, and the health piece. I've also lived in a lot of years in campers here, but I was hooked up, right? So I had a sewer connection and I had a power source that was actually built for that purpose, the right amps. And so I do think, the health and safety piece is a concern. How proactive we get, I don't know. It's a really hard one, but I think the educational piece, and if you want to put it in that health and safety realm, I think that would be, really important. So I don't know how you guys feel. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, but it's happening all over.
Right now, I would like to see it as first, health and safety. If you see something that the trailer is just not habitable, that it's not a safe place, then become, more proactive. But while we have this huge housing shortage, I would lean towards having it more complaint driven. If neighbors call and say, I'm tired of, this all these cars parked in front of my, and then you go and then you go deal with it. But I think I've known people that have been in that situation where that is their only option. It's that, or in a tent somewhere, and then they're moving every 14 days. It's a real issue in town. So if it's a health and safety, I think you should be proactive. But if otherwise, I would lean towards complaint driven. Bill?
I just wonder, I know that, we've approved an awful lot of the ADOs, but to date, have we had anybody complete one of those? Because that was the plan, was to try and make places so that some of these illegals could have a place to move to. And I just think that it had too big of a burden on the homeowner or something, but I don't think too many of those have come online. And so I don't know if it's expenses, if they were just too expensive to build. I don't know where the holdup is, but I know of one, and I believe only one, and I think they had four spaces, and that's not nearly going to cover the issue that the county's facing with people that are trying to help with our housing situation. So I don't know. It's definitely it's going to be hard to go around and kick them all out if we're not careful. Then where are they going to go, right?
We did have an applicant build 4 ADO spaces. I think that's one of the applications that finally got to the end. I think there was maybe a flaw in the process where the ADOs were encouraged in highway commercial. And and the ones that were proposed in other areas weren't approved because of their location, when it turned out that highway commercial was problematic due to UDOT's requirements. And so I think there was just a flaw in the plan there, and maybe if we brought that process back and were more open to allowing ADOs more in residential neighborhoods than highway commercial, there might be a different outcome. We still have we have a couple that are trying to meet their deadlines, and hopefully we'll get to completion. Those deadlines are looming. I think the cost of building and the fees that go along with it were some of the holdup as well. Hopeful.
Yes, if we have open spots, certainly we want to be encouraging people to utilize them, right? If they are camping illegally, we've got somewhere that they can go.
Mike?
I just wanna openly state I am part of the ADO project. I am going to reference my own project right now. It is very hard to put forth the money. From a personal standpoint, it's very hard to put forth the money to complete an ADO project and to watch the four unit project or the 4 camper spot project be built, get made, go through the permitting process, price out their available spots, and then have the illegal camping within our area simply just undercut them in price, and then continue to operate the illegal camping. But it is, again, it is not the family's fault that they're gonna pay less money to live in that spot than they can in a legal spot. But at this point, how do you kick that family out? Obviously we all don't want that, but it's impossible right now for me to build mine at the cost that I'm incurring. And it's impossible for, 4 flat spots with sewer and water to compete on price legally versus illegally. So
Do we need to bring that back, the ordinance, and re-look at it and see what, if we can make it more, that we can get some places up and running?
I think it would be a good discussion.
And you would come with ideas because you've been in the trenches and you see where the issues are happening, where people are running into the roadblocks and what's keeping them from being successful and coming to fruition with their project. Because I do want to see this, I think the concept is great, but with so many things, when you first try something, you find that you thought you planned everything out correctly, and then all of a sudden there was something, oh, you thought. So yes, I would like to see that, and I think it should be something when you got some staff back. Yes, I don't want to put it on your plate right now. No.
OB, do you want to come and add anything to that? So I asked the planning commission to come also. OB's the chair of the planning commission. Do you want to add anything to that piece of the discussion? Because I see you shaking your head. And I kind of forgot about you back there, sorry.
I probably actually don't have anything to add. I think Mary is absolutely correct. We plan these things and then UDOT does something like say, well, yeah, you can put it in, but you need this entrance onto the main road, and it's going to cost you a lot of money to be able to get onto Highway 191. We turned down a nice one that I was in favor of. I understand the reasons for turning it down. That was up on Mill Creek, pretty far. It was 5 or 6 units, but then maybe it disturbed some environmental stuff. I'm very sensitive to environmental stuff, but it probably was a project that might have been able to make it. But yeah, I think trying to fine tune that process makes a lot of sense, and the concept makes a lot of sense. Can it be brought so that it's cheaper than illegal camping? This is a great question. Some people might prefer not to illegally camp and actually have a place of their own, but it's a very difficult process.
Yes, Mike.
Two quick points. Brennan, 100%, I would want you in on the discussion as you're in this every day. I would only expect you to be there in this discussion about expanding that program. Two, there's no possible way to make legal cheaper than illegal.
No.
I mean, I want everyone in the community to know it comes down to putting a 6-inch sewer pipe in the ground versus a regular 4-inch sewer pipe in the ground. It comes down to health and safety. It's not kicking people out, and that doesn't. My thoughts are entirely with everyone that does stay in a camper, but packing them in illegally and not even having the fire department's knowledge of that development existing is going to be a huge problem. Air conditioners catch on fire, especially in a camper. I mean, it's going to be bad.
I would agree, and then only say the nice thing about legal is, of course, then you've got an investment in actual property that you might eventually sell at some point. So it could accumulate kind of value that an illegal trailer doesn't, but your point is well taken.
So the idea, Mike, at least what I'm getting from you is, or this conversation is, if we work hard to open up ADOs, get them built, we need to then be actively trying to push illegal campers into legal camping situations.
And to I see an easy fix for driving down costs is supply and demand. If that supply and demand isn't going to be fixed by 40 units, in my eyes, it would be a little more attainable by 400 units. Again, that falls into all over area. Highway commercial is not my love for putting these, but some areas they are not right for the fit. Even I agree with that. But supply and demand would be the quickest, at least thought in my head, to helping this situation out, to balance, at least balance some of the cost on the end consumer, which is the family or person living in said RV, mobile van, etc. Is if they had more options, then they would have open market compete. Supply and demand.
How much?
I had a question for
Yes.
There's
Yes,
a question from Michelle, perhaps, but I'm just trying to better understand the UDOT issue. Are they taking the position that any new development on 191, potentially requires expensive, exit lanes, or is it just residential?
Requirements for turning lanes or requirements for improvements to the highway itself are just a dollars factor for those that are wanting to develop. So it's not that UDOT won't let anyone, it's just that the requirements for improving the right of way or anything that might come along with that price folks out of being able to complete a project that will work.
So if I wanted to put just some retail establishment on a formerly vacant lot, I would be subject to the same requirements by UDOT?
Exactly.
Okay.
How much more do we have to go through? Because it's getting close to 4, and I would like to give the commission, if possible, at least a little break.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you take?
Oh, sure. So we have a little bit of a plan to move forward. With our website and social media, we want to put some information out there and just start with education before we start holding ordinances over everybody's head. We do want to put something out about camping and RVs. And whether that is, a path forward, like allowing more spots or a way that we can do that, we need to decide, but we could add that information. Information for builders on, ordinances and homeowners for keeping your easements and your right of way open. When we speak to health and safety, that's usually what it is someone has put a shed, you know, up next to their neighbor's property and then stuff around it, and that's where the health and safety issues begin. When if we just kept the setbacks and the easements open like they should be, and everybody knew that, then it wouldn't be such an issue. So we're gonna address it from an educational standpoint and try to get information out there first. We're gonna try to get departments to work together so that we can help each other and they can help us, and just move forward from an education standpoint and then work our processes as they are in place.
I did notice, did you guys want to talk about the Thompson replat? Did you want to talk about that now or? No?
I have it written down. We can talk about it at a later date.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that, because, yeah, we have 5 minutes and I know a lot of people will want to get up and, you know, deal with some issues, personal, and, then we could start. Is there anything else that, is there any questions? Is there anything from the commission before we recess?
Hopefully that helps a little. I know it's a little, you get all these different opinions but you know, you get some idea about what the commission's thinking. Sure. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
I know it's a pretty thankless job, and going up, knocking on somebody's door is not fun, so, we're glad you're here. Thanks for what you're doing. I know we're asking you to go in 10 different directions at once, and appreciate you, being here doing what you do.
Thanks, you
Thank you.
guys.
Really
Thank you
do.
both.
I will recess until 4 o'clock. Welcome. It is now 4 o'clock and I am going to open this meeting of the Grand County Commission. Oh, Thompson Springs. Oh, that's right. Thompson Springs, Fire District is, Mark online.
No,
No, he's not.
no,
He's on a fire.
So we'll do this. Get into it, okay, minutes. To begin with, we will have approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the Thompson Special Service District from June 18th, 2024.
Do I have a second? Motion by Tricia Dean, seconded by Michael McCurdy. Do I have any discussion? Seeing that none, I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Kevin? Yes.
Yes.
Kevin. Thank you. Yep. Next on our agenda are bills to be approved. Total bills of $1,003.90. Total payroll, $899.89, excuse me. Total bills and payroll, $1,903.79. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Trish, second. Second by Bill. Discussion? We will move to our report. I would like Tricia Dean to read that. Thank you.
So this report is by our Thompson Springs
Um,
Special Service District.
We didn't vote on the bills, did we?
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you.
We heard David. We will vote on the motion to approve the bills. All in favor? All opposed? No one. That passes unanimously. Now we will move to the
So
Chief's report.
this is Thompson Springs Special Service District fire report by Chief Mark Markham. Mark is currently on a fire, and so we're reading this report for him. There was a brush fire on June 13th along railroad tracks approximately 6 miles east of Thompson, about 21 acres. Another brush fire on June 28th, I-70 mile marker 208. On July 1st, semi-truck brush fire, mile marker 182. On July 6th, medical call Crescent Junction for false alarm. Another call, quite a few on July 6th, medical call I-70 mile marker 204, canceled en route. On July 6th, fuel issue spill Thompson Exxon. On July 7th, trailer brush fire mile marker 195 on I-70. And on July 8th, vehicle accident I-70 mile marker 207. All apparatus, as far as his equipment, all apparatus is in good working order. And then Chief Markham is on the Silver King fire outside of Marysville, Utah. And Thompson Springs Fire District firefighter JP Yan is covering calls.
Thank you, Trish. We have reached the end of our agenda, so I will close the Thompson Spring Fire District meeting. We will open the regular Grand County Commission meeting. Would all stand for the pledge? Okay, we are to the portion of our meeting, our first citizens to be heard. We have another citizens to be heard at 6 o'clock. If you wish to speak, raise your hand or online or in the chambers. Come forward, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes. Who would like to speak?
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Jackala, the Executive Director of the Moab Free Health Clinic, and I'm here with Taylor, our social work intern from USU Moab. Before I hand this over to Taylor and a discussion about his project for the last 11 months, I'd like to say that a little background in the clinic. So we serve those uninsured and underinsured. We served over 10% of Grand County's population last year, providing services like primary care, dental, mental health, women's health. The list goes on. One of our projects this last year has been to make more partnerships with schools, especially those in Salt Lake region. So U of U School of Medicine, BYU nurse practitioners, Rocky Mountain Optometry School at the U of U, and USU Moab, just to get more services to the community and also create opportunities for those students who are the future of Utah. So I'll let Taylor take it from here.
Yeah, as Kate mentioned, I'm a intern from USU. And one of my projects that they brought me on board for was to start working to support our LGBTQIA+ community. And as part of that, I did a whole entire bunch of research. The research was then followed up by a survey to the community members. And there was 4 things that came out of that survey that they would like support for. One of those things is political action. The other one is safe spaces. The other one is pro-social activities. And then the other one is what we call psychosocial education. My purpose of being here today is to work on trying to get support so that we can designate and define safe spaces for the LGBTQIA+ community in Grand County and the city of Moab. And so if there's anybody that we could outreach and talk to about some safe places and safe spaces, we'd really appreciate that. So we can start designating those areas and put them up on our website as safe places and safe spaces for the community to go to. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I suggest you email the Grand County Commission.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to? Yes. Come on up.
I'm Brian Martinez. I'm with NABTEC Expeditions, and I'm speaking today to amplify what was said at the last TCAT meeting. If you guys weren't able to watch it, we're experiencing a downturn in our economy right now, and beyond the bottom line of a small business, people are struggling. I've been telling my crew I'm doing all I can to support them, and that includes speaking up. I've struggled to put food on my table prior to this, through rough patches. And the difference was that I felt the Grand County was supporting me. I'm asking that you put aside your agenda and support our local workforce. One, I would like to see you put the misused funds back into the proper accounts. 2, I'd like to see you let the travel council do their job and promote our town. And 3, I'd like to see you start working with the state of Utah. The audit shined light on the improper conduct. Let's not fight the state to further an agenda. There's plenty of outside market forces we can attribute to the downturn of our economy. I'm asking that the Grand County Commission shoulder the responsibility for their actions and make things right. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Okay, I will, oh, wait, I didn't. Thank you. I couldn't see him through.
Hi, my name is Ken Gray. I don't know you're aware of this, but I've spoken with a lot of private landowners during the seasons that are going on now as bear pursuit seasons. It's not an action hunt, but it is a pursuit. And the problem that we're facing with some of the houndsmen, not all of them are bad, but the majority that I dealt with are, they're purposely setting their dogs loose above private property and letting their hounds run through all the private property by waiting for them. I don't know if the county can write a letter to the Division of Wildlife Resources or to see if we can get this under control, because at this time, the only way that they could be cited for being on private property is if the individual is actually trespassing on your property. But however, the dog is not considered a person, so you can't cite the dog, obviously. But I'm asking the county if if they would, if there's any dog leashes involved in this, because quite frankly, I had to deal with it again this morning. They just don't care. They have no regard for private property. If there's something we can address it somehow by contacting the wildlife board, maybe writing a letter, see if we can get something to make these houndsmen accountable for their animals running on people's private property. Because they'll run for 2 miles. They'll run on our place and they run clear down through Taylor Place and they just wait for them to pick them up. So if there's something that maybe the county can do on that, I don't know. I've called the sheriff's office before for trespassing, but just can't cite the dog, only the person that gets on it.
Thank you.
Can I make a recommendation? Is that possible? Can I say something real quick? If you would put together a couple bullet points and send them to us, then I can draft something. Did you hear me? If you would put together a couple bullet points and send it to me, I can draft something and then we can bounce it back and forth.
And another thing would be nice to know is other property people that are experiencing the same issue.
It's all little basin.
Yeah, well, if we could get names to go with that. Thank you, Kent. Any other citizens to be heard? Yes, Howard.
Howard Trenholm. I noticed Bill Hawley was presenting today, and I just would like to remind the commissioners that in December of 2019, you signed on to House Bill 411, which is the net zero renewable energy bill that the state of Utah offered for communities. And I would highly encourage you to advance that agenda. It's been 5 years, haven't really seen much in the way of solar power from Grand County. This is a great opportunity. So in support of Mr. Hawley this afternoon, I speak up for him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Howard. Anyone else? No one online yet? We will have another citizens to be heard at 6 o'clock. Thank you. We will now have a presentation from the Fuel Works and Fire in Grand County. Bruce Jenkins and Duncan. Would you? Yes, that mic is on.
So front row on this side is all forestry, fire, state lands. We do have some new employees we'd like to introduce before we get started with any presentation.
Did you give your name?
So, sorry, Bruce Jenkins. I am Grand County fire warden for the county. So I'll let everyone else introduce themselves. It'll be a lot easier than me trying at this point. We'll start with Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan Pucci, Southeast Area Louis Specialist for the division.
Hey there.
Come up, speak into a mic so the people on YouTube can hear you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Matt McKettrick. I'm the new area manager for Southeast Utah. So I'll be a point of contact at Forestry, Fire and State Lands for fuels projects, fire management, and forestry. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, Matt.
Hi there, my name's John Wiegand. I am a new employee with the DNR, and I will be filling the role of the WUI technician for the Southeast region.
Welcome, John.
I'm Cody Thurlow. I'm the Assistant Grand County Fire Warden. I work under Bruce to help put out fires within Grand County and do prevention for the county.
Thank you, Cody.
And thank you for your representation at the county fair.
Yes.
He's not a new employee. He's been with me 4 years. So
Is it 4?
it's the 4th season. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, now that introductions are over, I'll start with fire. A lot of stats right up front, just to give you some numbers. So Forest Fire State Lands works with fire departments, and we work with EMS, county as well, to help train and certify firefighters with red cards through the state. The red card is a national thing that shows that the firefighters qualified. If you're not familiar, like Mark said, or Mark's Thompson's, he's in Silver King Fire, and through our agreements and program, he's red carded nationally, so he can go national. He took an engine. He has his 2 crew members. So Moab Valley Fire Department has 10 red card firefighters. It's not, doesn't mean that they all don't fight wildland firefighters. It's just they red carded 10 of them. Thompson Spring has 2. EMS has 11. They're the winners with 11. They can go national with the ambulance, and they can go national with single resource, just a line medic. 1 line medic has gone out so far this year. And then Castle Valley Fire Department has 3 red card firefighters. And that's based off of a test that they have to take, which is an arduous test to get red carded. So a lot of folks fight fire, but don't get the red card. So preseason, we do refreshers, which is a 4-hour refresher for the returning firefighters. We do a fire field day for new firefighters, which is about an 8-hour day where we teach them the basics of firefighting, hand tools, hoses, all the engine apparatus, and command, how to work on a fire. This spring we did an engine workshop in Castle Valley. We invited all the firefighters. We had Castle Valley show because we did that there. They had 13 show, and we did we did incident response. It's mostly for our Moab Interagency Fire Center. They know how to talk to the sheriff's office dispatch, but we're trying to get them to respond more to MIFC for the wildland side of things. So we worked with that communication with dispatch. We worked with size up of the fire for them to give a complete size up of what is on the ground to MIFC and order resources through MIFC rather than the SO. Of course, MIFC has BLM, Forest Service, National Park resources available to fight wildland fires. And that's the county line and area line, actually, that we can bring in resources to fight fires. Also, we worked on origin protection and structure triage at that workshop, being that a lot of threat comes to structures from the wildland fires, and what to do as far as triaging the house. Maybe it's not defendable because of the construction type or the fuels that are around the house. So you decided in triage whether to protect it or not, or go protect another house that you can safely. So that was our workshop. So some more numbers. Wildfires in Grand County to date. So there were 8 county fires, and that's on private lands within the county. There were 16. So compare that to 2023, there were 10, and we're only about middle of fire season, so we're probably going to exceed last year's numbers. So BLM has 16. Last year they had 23. So state this year has 3. Last year they had 11. Forest Service 0 both years so far in Grand County. Been green on the mountains. National Park this year so far had 1 and 6 last year. So out of these 28 fires this year, we had 2 lightning strike fires. The remainder 26 are human caused. So be it interstate with vehicles or carelessness with fire, not necessarily campfires. That's been safe. A lot of a good education from folks, say the booth at the state or county fair, Jeep Safari. We get the word out, and also Cora Phillips, the PM, she puts a message in firewood. So, and so does BL. So the message gets out there. I don't want to take too much more time. Duncan's got a lot. So last week, the MIFC coordination between the BLM, Forest Service, National Parks, and state, talked about fire restrictions. And we are not there yet. And I can take some of your concerns back to that group if you'd like, if you have any concerns about fire restrictions. The restrictions are based on the fire danger, current and predicted weather, fuel moistures that are out there. We're still kind of holding on some of those fuel moistures in the heavier fuels. And the fire activity has been very minimal, actually. And then available resources based off of that, those inputs, we're still not going into fire restrictions unless counties in the southeast area have concerns. And it doesn't sound like it. No, I think we're all being safe out there. We only had one firework fire this year compared to last year, there were 7. So again, the restrictions are in place to prevent human starts. We can't stop lightning. 7-day forecast this week anyway. There's weather coming in, and they're saying it's monsoon for Thursday, Friday. So more rain. I know we've had plenty this spring. But I don't think it's going to be the downpours. Like, this is more set up, not isolated. This is more moisture coming in from the Pacific. So of course we could get fires based off of dry lightning. So that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Great. So yeah, again, Duncan Bucise, Southeast Area WUI Specialist. So private lands, fuels reductions, covering the 4 counties in the Southeast area. Yeah, just quick updates on what we've been doing, at least for Grand County. So Mill and Pack Creek, Russian olive removal work is chugging along. We got 2 more fuel breaks in place this spring, which is great, in pretty good spots. So we're pretty excited about that. Some of that was with Team Rubicon again, came in this year. It's number 6, maybe. Trish was there. They got to meet some of the folks, which is great. We're planning on doing it again next year. So it's about time for us to reach out and start planning that for next year. So yeah, pretty excited about that. I'm sure Cara has presented at some point, or she will. But yeah, Rim got that $5 million grant for more Russian olive removal work, which is, as far as I know, which is kind of limited knowledge, it's probably the biggest mitigation grant in the state this year.
It is. It is.
Yeah. And I've only ever seen one other $5 million grant get granted out. So that's huge. So pretty excited about that. So we'll still be involved. It's going to transition more to a larger working group for that work, which we're excited about. Yeah, we're going to need, timely communication and effort from all participating entities, which includes portions of Grand County. So just putting that out there. Otherwise, we're continuing some work in Castle Valley. We did a small mastication project in the Greenbelt. We got more defensible space work to come up there. Willow Basin's plugging along. We got a couple more lots done. We need to do a lot more work up there. We're probably going to need to look for some more money. There's a significant risk up there. So, slowly punching holes in the trees up there, but do a lot more. And hopefully we can get the Forest Service involved in that too. Otherwise, East Side of LaSalle's over on JB Ranch. We got a 150-acre aspen regeneration project up there with skidders and feller bunchers. It's awesome. It's a very cool project. So yeah, pretty psyched to be working on that. They're up there working right now with machinery, so should be done in a couple weeks. We helped Sitla cut out that Beaver Basin Road with that guy that was stuck out there a couple weeks ago. That was a big task and got done in a day, which was awesome. And then we're working to find funding for, we got a small Westwater project with some of the private lands kind of above Westwater, above the fields there. So there's a number of private land owners up there. So that's what we're working on. Yeah, in general, I'm always available. So if you ever have people that come to you with concerns on private lands, that's what I'm here for. So can help in any way.
Thank you. I will be opening it up to questions. Next time, if you're aware of and you're working with Team Rubicon, I know we would like to thank them and acknowledge them if they're here at a time that we're having a commission meeting. Would you let the county know so we could do a presentation? That they have been incredibly helpful over the years, and it's such an amazing organization. I'd like to acknowledge the people that do that. So if you could let us know when they're in town ahead of time.
Absolutely.
great.
Yeah, and I thought about it last second last
Yeah,
year, so I
yeah.
just sent an email.
Jock and I went out and we took them a bunch of little stuff. Vega gave us some stuff. We took them all kinds of things and it was cool. Really impressive organization.
Yeah,
Really
it
impressive.
is.
I hope they do another workshop here where they brought in all those people. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Open to the questions.
I had some high schoolers ask me about potential work. What does the application process look like?
Well, they gotta be 18, so as long as they're 18, that's fine. And November, December is the time for me to put it up on Conservation Job Board. But if people can just email me, my contact's out there, so they can shoot me an email. I can let them know how it's going. So
Fuel side, fire side, I've got one seasonal and that job's taken.
he's locked in. He's not leaving.
Yeah, Cody's with me.
Any other questions?
Thanks for all you guys do.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you.
Have one comment, Team Rubicon, the state did give them up to black for, do you know more about that?
Yeah, it's the mitigation award. The state gives one out every year and gave it to them last year. So
They did.
If you haven't, anyone in the audience or fellow commissioners and staff, if you have not gone on the Team Rubicon website, I highly recommend it. It's quite impressive and it helps in so many ways. It helps our veterans and it helps communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, Canyonlands Regional Airport Solar Power Bill.
Hi, everybody. My name's Bill Hawley. I'm on the, a volunteer on the airport board. And we've been working on trying to get the airport powered by solar for how long? We think 7 years?
We were trying to figure it out. I think it might even been longer than that, at least 7.
At least
Seven actively, probably about 8 or 9 that we've talked about it. Yes. So this is exciting.
So, we've entertained many ideas on what to do, to get this to happen. So I'm gonna go through this brief presentation. Most of you have seen this information, but I've added a little bit of information that I think will be helpful. So the project size, and this is to power the airport. If you look down in the corner there, there's the 5 meters that are at the airport. You may know that the terminal is the biggest user, and it has it's all electric, both the heating and the air conditioning. The other buildings are electric and gas. One of the things we ought to consider if we go with this direction is converting them to electric, away from propane. Propane is, as you know, has gone way up high, and you might want to consider after we get going on this, adding electric. So I won't read this for you. You can see what it is. Basically, we pay about 10 to 10.5 cents per kilowatt hour now at the airport. It varies, of course, across the year based on our usage. What we're proposing is a PPA, a power purchase agreement, with neighborhood power. And what the process is that they, let me just forward here. Drop back a little bit because so if you look, this is an overhead of the airport. Where we're talking about putting this project is on unused land that doesn't really have a purpose. It's down in the lower right-hand side, about 400 collectors. This will provide all the power for the airport, the county buildings there. It'll be a ground-mounted system that you've probably seen many of. It'll be a fixed system, not moving, but rather fixed. There's a couple of reasons why we should do this. First of all, there's the whole business of trying to use renewable energy, try to move on from our carbon-based environment.
And this is a way for us to do it. And the airport is an excellent place to do it because it's, has lots of extra land, if you will, lots of ability to site this kind of a thing without worrying about encroachments from other things. The other reason to do it is strictly financial. As we've looked at this project, this graphics here, I'll just draw your attention to the very bottom. Assuming that about a 3% inflation rate on power, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Over the period of 25 years, which is the period of this power purchase agreement, we project even at 3% that will save about 300 grand in power costs. That's assuming right now, in the beginning, we won't save very much because the price of power is going to go up. So here's what's really happening in the world is that Rocky Mountain Power is joining the West Coast. They are a West Coast corporation, and so they're proposing a power increase. I don't know if they're going to get it. The governor's come out against it, but they are going to get something. The Public Service Commission is going to give them something, and so over the next couple of years, they're proposing a nearly 30% power increase in the cost of power. So our 3% inflation that I was talking about on the first screen is really it's going to be more than that. It's really going to take off, I think. There's also a state bill based on the California experience to try to put some money aside for wildfire mitigation. The power line causes wildfire. They want to have some money to mitigate that, the expense of fighting that fire. So based on just these kinds of things, I think that it's more likely that our numbers will be higher than 300 grand, maybe 350 or 400, based on 25 years of experience or 25 years contract. So let's talk about what a PPA is. A PPA is quite simply, we make an agreement with the company to site a solar system at the airport, and then we agree to buy all the power that system generates at a set rate. Over the 25-year period, they're proposing a 7.4 cent per kilowatt hour amount, which is already less than what we pay. And so the idea is that it gives us a long-term fixed rate that we can count, or in other words, our power bill, if we continue to use the same amount of power, and I can't imagine we'll use less at the airport. This allows us to do budgeting and planning on how much it's going to cost us over all these years. Since they own the system, the company does, they basically then take care of all the maintenance. They take care of all the breakdowns. It's to their very much advantage to keep us up, because if they're broke, then we're not buying power from them. If they're up, then we're buying all the power they make. Now, the extra power that we get, if we make more than we use, then we bank that through back into Rocky Mountain Power. It's not thrown away or nothing happens to it. It basically goes into our account at whatever the wholesale rate is. Now, what that means is that during the day, we push power to Rocky Mountain. During the night, we use that power. As you know, we have runway lights and other kinds of things that happen at night. Not that much, but we do have heating and cooling that happens at night also. So the idea is that over the period, in the winter, we make less power, and in the summer, we make more power, just because the days are longer. And that means that we smooth out our load through the year with Rocky Mountain. And then once a year, Rocky Mountain takes whatever excess we have back. If we haven't used it. So one of our challenges will be to watch our power usage and see that we try to use all of it. You know, if we have ways of using it. One of the ways of it that we may want to use it is to put in charging stations or have electric vehicles at the airport instead of gas vehicles. There are grants for both of those things that may make more sense than us running gas vehicles or the charging, having the charging stations available for those people that use the airports. Also, there's a positive cash flow from day one. We basically start making money. And then, of course, the provider does this for money. And they're clearly in it for the money. Because what they do is they take, being a private entity, unlike the county, they can take all the tax benefits. You know, the federal tax credits, the state tax credits, the investment credits, the depreciation, all the things that they can do as a business, they can take those things. And that the company that runs this will take most of their money out of it, value of it, in the first 6 or 7 years. And so they're in it. You know, they're going to come out okay anyway. You know that's not really a problem. The basic terms of this agreement then is that we purchase all the energy that the solar panels make. It has a term of 25 years. Talk about 25 years. 25 years. During that time, they will replace what is necessary to keep their power output going. At the end of 25 years, solar panels degrade about 0.5% per year. And so the idea is that just because the panels have a limited lifespan, they'll still have most of their they'll still have a lot of their life left at 25 years. Now, that said, at the end of 25 years, we can own the site. They'll basically turn it over to us for a minimal amount of money. And the idea is that at 25 years, the agreement says either they take it all out or we get it. So at the end of that, we can reconstitute the system or grow the system, or whatever we need to do to continue on beyond the 25 years. There's no reason to take it out. I'm saying it's it. This is unless somebody develops fusion energy tomorrow, this will still be viable in 25 years. We also have to provide them with a site lease. To be a no-cost site lease where we lease the ground to them for no cost for the period of 25 years. We then have an agreement with them to provide this power to us in a reliable fashion for that whole period of time. Our responsibilities are our risks, and I don't think these are real risks because this is an airport, and if the airport closes, this is the worst case scenario. If the airport closes and we all go away, then we still owe them whatever power they generate. So that's really the only risk. Now, if we were a private business, that might be a real problem. We may go away. But being an airport like it is, it's unlikely that we'll close the airport. If we do anything, we're likely to grow the airport. So going forward, what I would propose is that we make this an action item for the next meeting. And between now and the next meeting, we have Stephen look at these two contracts, both the site lease and the PPA agreement. Redline those things and work back and forth to where we're happy with those things. Now, this company has done many of these things. In other places in the world, they're out there. This company is actually out of Hawaii. In Hawaii, power costs a whole bunch of money, nearly 3 times what it costs here. And so there's where they got started, of course, with these kind of agreements. And so they're very knowledgeable on how to put together an agreement, how to, all the verbiage is there, so I don't see a lot of problems. So I need to have, if we're going forward, I need to have you, have Stephen look at these documents. He says he's about 2 weeks out in reviewing documents. And so I think that works pretty well. If we could get him to review these and we could come to an agreement that is a good, that's a good agreement, we can go forward with it in the next meeting. Hopefully we could, maybe, vote on it the next meeting. Now, there's only one fly in the ointment, and that is, in order to make this work, we have to get a REAP grant. Now, REAP grants are rural power agreement grants, and they're fairly easy to get. The money's released on a quarterly basis, and then we apply for these grants. About 80% of of people that apply for these grants get them. And so in order for this money to work financially here, we need to get that grant in place. And so what Neighborhood Power wants us to do is to sign this agreement. When you see the agreement, I think you all have it. When you see it, you'll see there's a thing in there that says, oh, this is dependent on the REAP grant. And if we don't get it, then the deal's on it, right? So I don't think we have a downside of signing this based on getting that agreement or not. And then, so two things then. Have the documents reviewed and find out if everybody's happy with them. And then vote on it at the next meeting. That means that then we can go forward with the REAP grant application after it's approved. And once it's approved, actually, once the REAP grant is done, then the planning and the construction and all that will take about 9 months to a year to actually go through all the processes. Now, this company will do all of that. They'll get all the permits, get all the, talk with Rocky Mountain, talk with our building department, talk with all the airport, certainly it's for siting, and work through all the details of all that. And then once they get that approved, then they'll do the construction. So we could be online, probably about 9 months to a year from now, based on this time. Questions?
Thank you. Questions? Trish?
Quick comment. Thank you so much. It's clear that you've done a tremendous amount of work on this. It's extremely impressive, and I love it when people come like, this is what it is. This is what you need to do for us. Give us directive, and thank you. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm extremely impressed. And then just like two quick comments, or one maybe question or comment. So that rate, are you saying that rate will be fixed for 25 years? You said fixed, but it stays at that
7.4 cents per kilowatt for 20.
Okay, great. And then you mentioned that the lifespan of solar panels, they degrade 0.5% per year. So you're saying after 25 years, in theory, they still have, in theory, half of its life.
Man, I don't know.
86%.
Yeah.
75% of its life left.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So
25%.
Right. Okay. So they still have life.
Again, that if panel dies, it's to their advantage to replace it.
Right.
So I suspect that at the end of 25 years, we'll have a lot of newer panels.
Right.
So it's not a linear kind of question.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Michael?
And not trying to future-proof this, I'd love that it would be locked in 7.4 cents for 25 years. That is big ticket item. But in trying to future-proof this, we're shooting for 44 panels estimate. Why are we not 60? Why are we not 70, 75?
Well, there's 400 panels.
400 panels, okay.
Yeah.
But why are we?
Again, if we, what we're trying to do here is, the way I put it together is I'm trying to keep the county not have to spend any more money.
Okay.
If we put in more panels, they'd be happy to do it. Is we're going to be paying them for power we don't use. So our power cost would go up if we don't use the power. This is focused towards what we're doing now as far as power usage.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was just looking at if they're already out doing
doing the construction? Are we gonna cut a better deal on getting more panels and more cut back from
So what do
Rocky
we
Mountain
do,
Power?
what do we do if we build a new terminal or finally get to Westpac or whatever we do, if we finally get to the place where we need more power, we would, because this is a set piece agreement, we would essentially add another agreement to it to add to the power.
Okay.
So that would be something these folks do all the time, basically. They would just put a
Expanding
an
it.
agreement next to this one that would be the same kind of thing. Now, hopefully, I would hope that, looking downstream, that we would just capitalize this kind of thing and just do it without having to go into this, because this is going to cost us, we would make more money if we capitalized it over a 25-year period. But that, I realize that's hard. Everybody wants money. So that's why I push the PPA time agreement.
Yep. No, thank you for the answers. And the 25-year lock-in is, again, I can't state that enough, that I don't see cold fusion happening tomorrow, like you said, but I see this being a good thing.
Any further questions? Dave?
Sorry, and I apologize if I missed this, if you mentioned it, but what was the upfront cost of a basic agreement to the county? Was there? None.
You have to ask again. That's almost hard to believe.
When I say there's no upfront, if we don't use all the power after it's in place, then it's gonna be an additional cost. Trying to guess that is, we looked at the meters we have, and so this agreement is based on the power usage for the last 2 years on those meters. So we hope we did as good as we could with the sizing.
And I know the new terminal was designed with plugins that we could just hook up the solar. But with the old hangars and some of those buildings that are the propane electric split, is there hardware upgrades that would need to be done to?
Yeah,
Is that part of this agreement, or would that be?
no, that would be on us. I think that would be a good future step. I mean, we've already invested our equipment buildings, are propane now, and we've already invested in that, and that's up and running. It would make sense to me to perhaps look at that as that equipment reaches its age. It's really not a big deal to put in electric. I actually own a hangar at the airport, and I went electric from the very beginning. And the box that hangs on the ceiling is identical to the gas one. So it's very easy upgrade to do that.
But the main terminal, the hardware is in place?
Yeah, the hardware in the terminal's all in place. It's already electric, and it wouldn't require any changes there.
And I'm just curious, so when you were talking about sending what we didn't need from the day off and then bringing it back at night, is that gonna be hardwired to other transmission with Rocky Mountain Power?
Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar, with Rocky Mountain Power in Utah, there's what's called net metering.
Yeah.
And net metering basically is they sell us power at 10 cents, and they buy what extra we have back at 7 cents. And so, that's how we bank power with them. They become our battery, if you will. We looked into doing a battery-based system, being off the grid, but that technology just isn't quite ready yet. It's very expensive to do a battery system. So right now, the best thing for us is to, in my opinion, is to do the net metering with Rocky Mountain, even though we take a hit from it. That there's more and more net metering going on as you around valleys, you want to put things on their house. That's really all that is. This is just a bigger.
So I had a question.
Yes, Kevin?
Well, two questions. So one, apropos of the net metering you just mentioned, if Rocky Mountain Power were to significantly change the rate that they pay for the net metering power, does that affect our 25-year agreement?
This agreement is with Neighborhood Power And the power purchase agreement is with them, not with Rocky Mountain, so they really have nothing, nothing. They're not involved at all with this PPA.
So
Okay,
neighborhood
okay, so
power would
we're
be-
insulated against changes like that. And then the second question is what happened, I think you said neighborhood power, if they were to disappear or go bankrupt, after 5 years or 10 years, do we just end up owning the panels or how does that work?
Well, I would probably direct you to work with the agreement it says. It goes into great detail of what happens if they go away or if they sell it to someone else or whatever happens. It basically, if they are not able to provide power to us or if they go away, then that's a breach of contract with our agreement with them. And so we would basically lose. If they went away, then it would be like what the lawyers want to do with solar side. And I suspect that would be turned over. I mean, I don't know this, but my estimate of what would happen is that the lawyers would get involved, and then we would have to figure out whoever the receiver is of their bankruptcy, how we would work to them to continue this whole process. It would be to their advantage to continue, whoever owns it after they go bankrupt, say, to continue to sell us power. I mean, that's their advantage. That's what they want to do. They want to just stop. They would lose all that money. I would again direct you towards the severability stuff in the post contract.
And when, I believe we sent that to everyone when we sent the PowerPoint.
What's that?
I think we sent, when you gave me the PowerPoint and I sent it to Stephen and the commission,
Yeah.
I believe it was attached.
Yeah, that agreement, does everybody have that agreement? I think
Yeah, it's attached.
it's attached. You could dig into that if you like legalese.
Yes, Bill.
And I just want to say I've been on that airport board now for a year and a half, and Bill has put a ton of work into this. I know it started before I got there, but I think this is a second or third solar project that he's looked at that's tried to work, and by far this is the best one as far as money up front from the county and different costs involved with getting this in. So really, as he said, there aren't any costs on us. And again, I commend him for the amount of hours he's put into this. It's been a workload for sure.
Yes.
Just one last question. Are there many contractors that do these types of agreements, or is this something that might need to go out for bid, or just a question that came to mind?
That's a good question. But seeing how there's no cost, it's the question is, does it need to go out for bid? Yes, the answer is there are other companies that do this. This is the only one so far. I've got two others that claim they're going to give us it. But so far, this is the only one. And these guys have the most experience based on my research with them, and had really the best proposal. Yeah, the rudimentary when I saw from the other guys. Now realize, of course, that they're the money people. Neighborhood Power is. It'll be a solar company that they hire. It'll actually be Intermountain Wind and Solar that have designed the system. They're a big Utah company, and they'll use all U.S. based equipment and Utah based labor to install this. So it's I think it's a win-win around that way.
Right. Let's just make sure we mention that with the attorney's office as well, and to make sure we're following policy in that regard.
Yeah, I'll be working back and forth on that.
No, and I totally agree that this is, we need to check in the appropriateness of an RFP process, because even if there's no upfront cost, if someone were to offer us a very similar product for slightly less per kilowatt hour, that would be something that I think would work into like a competitive purchasing agreement. Anyway, something we should explore for sure.
Yeah, as far as the financial part of this, and how much we pay per month and, per kilowatt, I think dig in, we can dig into that as far as, as far as the due diligence of making sure we're doing the right thing. I would hope that, financial person, at the county would take a close look at this. I think I've done due diligence, but I would like to have a, second eye on it. Now, of course, the company's also done the work on computation. So, if you could steer me towards somebody that would be interested in it. Do we have a CFO yet, or someone that could do that work? Just coming up next.
Yes, I just come to apply. Come up to, we need you to be speak into a mic.
Steve Bounce. I'm gonna introduce myself here in a minute, but I just wondered if there was an opportunity cost for that land use, putting all those panels out there, are we losing something as a county and taking that land?
No, because the land is not, part of the reason that the cost is low enough is because we're gonna give them the land for the land lease.
And we're not using it for anything.
Well, no, it's a piece of, if you look at the picture, there's a piece of ground that's out below the rotating beacon that's by the road there, and it's below the parking lot, and it's never slated in all of our plans to be used for anything. It's just a piece of sagebrush, not even, it's just bad clay. Sagebrush.
That's nice. It's flat.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Who is this?
This is Tammy Howland, Airport Director.
Tammy. Yes, Tammy, you may.
I just want to mimic what Bill Winfield said. I just want to thank Bill Hawley, because without him, this, I wouldn't have the time to go in depth with a lot of this that he's done. And so I'm truly grateful for him to do it, and excited that we've come this far and have a feasible option. I've been there with Bill. We have gone through many different companies and options, and to date, this seems the most feasible. And so I just want to express our support from the airport on this project, and to thank Bill for all of his efforts.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I would just say, it sounds like with that due diligence that with these other companies and, even rudimentary proposals, that's probably enough for the RFP. To just kind of say, hey, this is what this company offered us at this price tag, this is what this company offered us at this price tag. And then we can just kind of say that we've got comparables documented. We can say this is the best deal.
Have anything concrete yet for that. I think we have this one at this point.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll make sure, let Stephen know that we really want to have it ready for the next meeting. Thank you.
Great. My contact information. So I think you guys have it. So and emails and various. So if you have any questions, please, let me, I can go back to the company or try to answer it myself, whatever we need to get.
Excited.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you for all your hard work. Good. We are to budget season kickoff and 2024 revenue updates.
Kickoff sounds so festive.
July.
Yeah.
July kickoff. How about that? So yeah, we're halfway through July, but I'm really excited to introduce here to you all Stephen Vowles, the new finance officer here at Grand County. He's housed within my office, the clerk auditor's office. Sorry, I probably should introduce myself. So I've kind of been introduced. Gabriel Wojtek, clerk auditor here. And yeah, this is Stephen Vowles, our finance officer, and I'll let you kind of jump right into the Grand County budget process, and we'll try to make this real nice and succinct so we can get into regular business.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to introduce myself formally, Stephen Vowles, reporting to
Gabe as the finance officer. He's vetted me thoroughly, so I'll spare you all the details of my credentials, but I'm happy to answer any questions. But I am eager to get to work on understanding the county's finances. And by doing that, and I'm looking at you all, I think I have a goal to understand the 2023 financial statement, which is under review. I've looked at it, it boggles my mind, but I'm going to be focused to understand that. I'm going to understand what's going on currently in the 2024 budget amendment process, and then we are kicking off the 2025 budget planning cycle right now. It sounds early, but we've built a process. Do we have a slide that we can show? All right, so we've developed a framework that we can follow, and it's straight out of the textbook from the Government Financial Officer Association, from the Utah State Audit, and the Utah Legislature. Here we go. It is just a one-pager that we're going to carry with us when we go meet with all the stakeholders. I'll tell you this to change it. So in fact, I've already started with some of the department heads. And so we want this little framework to show not only our guiding principles, which, we will continue to evolve, but the cycle. We have a 4-stage cycle where we're going to start this pre-budget estimate by the end of this month. And I talk about this being like a back of a napkin type of an estimate. Right? What have you done historically? What major changes do you expect next year? Let's just draft it on a piece of paper. In the month of September, we can refine those budget estimates to come up with a proposal. And then, from September through November, by November 1st, we'll meet with the Budget Advisory Board, refine and negotiate, barter, whatever needs to happen. And I have a key action for you guys here to prepare for that exercise. And then after 11/1, we will, do the public hearings and commission approve that so it could be finalized with the state as a final budget. So it seems early, but even getting into it, I'm feeling the pressure already of how much work needs to be done. And I think I'm going to we have to get going, and we all. So, I would like your input on this, but there's a lot here on the slide, so I would just ask that you guys take a look at this and provide me feedback. But like I say, there's nothing magic here. It's straight out of the textbook. But we're just going to try to adhere to best practices. So if we could go to the next slide. So there is some homework assignments for you guys, for everyone here. So first, I've already mentioned feedback on this little framework, but that's what's more important here is to collect your all's input on priorities for next year. So we are collecting budget estimates from all the department heads. And of course, they're just going to ask for what they're used to having. But I would imagine that there could be changes in your priorities based on current events, or that we want to align our budget estimates or proposals to priorities. So instead of waiting till it's presented to you 2 months from now, I'd like you all to define priorities so we can embed them into this budget planning process. So let me pause there. I think I would like to know how best we can do that.
Yeah, if there's any feedback now that you all would want to give, or if there's a process you want to suggest for us to collect that type of feedback. And it could be general, it could be very specific, and it might be better, or feedback of the process in general. It might not mean, I'd like to see more money go to this, but just feedback about how you'd like to see this process improve based on your experience in the past.
I mean, I felt like we were going in that direction. Mallory had some bigger projects. I thought we kind of had like a frame put together. And so maybe that document could reemerge. Am I crazy thinking about that?
Is that related to capital projects?
Yeah, that was maybe capital projects, but did we have kind of overall visions too in that? I can't remember.
I think
But if we think it exists.
I think there was kind of a near term and then a long term.
Yeah,
I can
I
find-
mean, maybe we could pull that back up and we
Yeah,
could
thanks for
work
bringing
off
it up.
that.
We'll definitely, yeah.
You
let's
know what I
definitely
mean?
find
That might be a place for us to work off if you guys sent it out again and just say, well, that, you know, that you generated this in the past, where does that sit? Then do we want to add things to it? Because I know, you know, the discussions, some of the discussions that I had with Mallory were, you know, there's, and you know this, we are constantly being asked for money, right? And it's like, it's hard to, you know, yeah, where do our priorities lie? And I think we do need to look at those bigger visions. And, you know, are we looking at our staff? Are we looking at some of these big projects that we've put off and off and off and off? And so I think it's important because, yeah, we constantly, everybody wants a piece of the pie, and I understand that. But I think we have to be looking at the bigger picture and keep, you know, it's hard. And then that way also we have a narrative to tell people when they come to us, like, hey, these are our priorities for the year. That this is where we're going. Instead of, you know, because it's hard to turn people down.
I see it as either moving towards all of the commission between now and perhaps first meeting in August, think about what our priorities are, what we want, what our thoughts are, so we could either have a workshop or a retreat to come together and come up with what our priorities are, what the needs are, you know, create some type of vision. But I think maybe that's how I'm seeing it, is either with a workshop or a small retreat where we all get together and start to kind of scope out where we've done that in the past, but it's been a long time. Anybody else?
I think that there's some principles that Gabe's familiar with where it's kind of like, you know, for clarity, we like to put a lot of like the TRT in one bucket, you know, so we can say there it is instead of like spreading it all around, being like, where'd it go? And I appreciate this thing about the input with the historical current budget context. This is kind of a little silly thing, but I like pie charts. We often get these like giant sheets of numbers. And I think especially with transparency for the taxpayer, you know, if we got that pie chart, it's like, here's $1 of my taxes, you know, and like 75% is going to the sheriff's office or whatever it is. It's hard to contextualize a lot of times when it's just numbers. And I think that there's, in terms of the historical, there's some challenges because departments have changed and budgets have been split. And to kind of track those changes and where some departments are growing and other departments are shrinking. When we look at them all individually, sometimes we are arguing over how many staplers or reams of paper one department should have. And then another department basically gets a pass because it's like so big, it's incomprehensible, and it's just moving through. And so visually, it's easier for me to gain comparables.
Well, Evan, I'm much like you. I've already started my charting. Well, because number one, I need to understand just the details of the budget before you can actually go into the next step of evaluating priorities, so you can better align priorities with resources. So I'd like to offer this, but it's up to you guys. Since I'm trying to understand the budget deeply and work on the future budget, I would like to actually participate as a mediator or part of this workshop that we talk about. In fact, I suggest, just from my experience, maybe an anonymous poll to everybody brainstorm ideas, throw out priorities or ideas, you know, opportunities. Then we come together, do some analysis on historical trends, so we can all get a good view of what really the budget's like, and you know, where there's flexibility. You know, to come out of this workshop with a list of priorities. And even if it really is our funds prioritized in order, the general fund prioritized by the departments, even that in itself will help us with what I would imagine might be a bartering stage in, you know, this last step of adopting the budget.
So it may not have to be like one fund has to be top and just maybe a priority word that helps us make decisions.
Now, Gabriel, we were talking earlier, you're going to be gone the first meeting in August, right? So we would not want to do it then. We would not want to have a workshop or anything without Gabriel. So I'm looking probably more like it should be the second meeting in August or the, first meeting in September. It'd be nice to do the second meeting in August to get it. But we could do a lot of the surveying and collecting of information before then, so that when we come together, we'll have we'll have a good set of numbers and ideas to work off of.
When do you take off, Gabe?
That week, it'll be that entire week of that commission meeting, that first of August, 6th of August commission.
I'll be gone also.
I don't wanna be that guy, but there's 5 Tuesdays in July. So,
You don't want to be that guy.
throw it out there. July 30th is a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
But that's
Let's
coming,
circle back. Yeah.
that's coming up pretty.
Yeah,
we
notices
pull-
now,
Could we
but
pull
it's-
anything together that quickly? That's pretty quick.
He's a pro.
He's a
I can do,
pro. He's a
I can
pro.
do it. I'm not worried about you all.
I would, I suggest that perhaps I'm interested in working with you. If there's another, commissioner or two that would like to sit down and kind of hash out how we visualize doing a workshop or retreat type stuff.
I think that would be great. And another thing with what questions do we want to pose for this anonymous poll, to get.
Does anyone interested in working on that?
How to set up a workshop or how to.
Yes, we're
Yeah,
just
we're gonna go
get ready for if we want to. So, Mike and Bill?
Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll organize a time that the
You'll
three of
schedule something.
I'll get something circled with you and we'll set up a time that the three of us can sit down. And the main thing for the meeting when we sit down will be to hash out what we want on the survey and kind of have an idea of what we need to have in place in order to have an effective workshop. We don't want to just get together, and we want it to be effective so that when we walk out, we have somewhat of a product. So I think that would be our two goals, is get to what we need for the survey and what needs to be ready in order for us to have an effective workshop, and determine if July, if that's too soon. That might be just too soon, but if not, find another time that we
I
can
think
do
we
it.
should shoot for it, even if it's not perfect. The reason being, as I've said, instead of waiting till the other side of this budget process, where we're asking you to evaluate proposals, we want to be on the front side of this.
Okay, so we'll make sure we meet with you this week earlier than I'll send a notice to you too, and we can find a time that all four of us could get together and you'll still be here. You're leaving in a week. So 5 of us get together and start organizing. I think that sounds exciting and good.
And I'll make a bunch of pie charts that'll help us with our discussion. I'll make the pie.
Have the citizen rep posted on the.
Yeah, that's the one other action here. That citizen rep is posted, but I don't have any candidates, so I guess it's time to recruit.
Citizen rep for the Budget Advisory Board.
And you
Shaylee's
just
not
have it on
here.
the website?
We lost our other citizen
It's on
reps.
the website.
Do we
It's posted
wanna-
on the Front door
Do you
here.
want to advertise it in the paper? Is that a possibility?
I don't see anything wrong.
It might be a good idea.
Yeah, there you go.
It's coming out of your department.
Okay. Yes, Bill?
I'd like to comment on your charts and your stuff here. I think it's very professional, Steve. I really like it. I would question whether or not inflation was taken into account on some of the flow charts that you've got here, but I also like pie charts as he does. But these are great. I think this is very professional. It's put together. I do want to look forward a little bit here because we've got budget amendments that need to be made for 2024. And a lot of that's being driven by the state audit that we just went through. As I'm sure you're very well aware, is a hot topic around here, but there's budget changes that are gonna have to make where this money comes from. And I don't know about Evan's analogy with TRT. And there's even been some suggestion by people that we wanted to do away with departments that have been under TRT. And I want to clarify or clear that up, that that's not the case. We want the TRT money spent where we are allowed to spend it. And if we need to fund departments from other money, from the general fund or from wherever, and specifically I'm speaking about active trails and transportation, and Maddie's here today, it's not that I know of anybody that wants to do away with that department, but they do want to make sure people in the public and myself as well, that those TRT funds are spent where they're allowed to be spent. And so I see a need to, and we do have the budget, we have the audit on today's agenda, and we'll be discussing that more in the future. But I think that's all going to be intertwined, and Gabe and I have had a very in-depth conversation going back and forth for a few days now about some of that. But I think it's going to be part of this workshop that Mary and Mike and I will be putting together, is deciding where that money is going to be allocated to and where we're going to pull other money from to continue with funding departments.
I like where you're going. Let's put the present into this future state discussion we have in this workshop to tackle both.
And the line graphs are mine, and I'll touch on them after Steven's done.
Wait, take that.
I still like
take
them.
responsibility for those.
I still like them.
Right, thanks. Yeah, but and we'll still plan on Stephen giving a brief presentation at the 8-6 meeting with that snapshot of how this year is looking, and just like an initial pencil out of how next year might look, given the same inputs that he's collecting right now with department heads. So yeah, he's been here full time for just over a little over a week, and already meeting with all the department heads. And their home bases, and really hitting the ground running. It's been awesome.
There's one other thing I wanted to throw in here. I mentioned that I want to learn all the details about the budget. I would like, and you and I have talked about this, about maybe have some coaching from Larson on this 94-page financial statement. I mean, it just makes my head spin looking at it. I would like actually to have them sit down and present this. I'm not sure if that's an option. And I think there's other people reviewing that financial statement before it goes out. I know we need to sign off on it. And I know I don't think I have to sign off on it, but I would want a serious deep dive into that. And it would help me just learn about this job. So,
yeah, and to follow up on that, the 2023 financial statements, which Larson went through their audit process, their external audit process this spring. There still are some component units. There are 2 still now. I just got an update today. That are yet to be completed, for that to not be in a sort of a draft status, as well as some back and forth that I've had with Larson's team regarding incorporation of the state audit, the interaction with the state auditor that the county's had, and how that needs to be incorporated into those financial statements. And so that's why that draft has remained internal within my office between Stephen and I. But I think, I guess I would, I'm not opposed to sharing with the internal audit committee perhaps that draft, but it feels like it's close to being a draft that incorporates the details from the component units, as well as incorporating findings as needed from the state auditor's report. And so that's why that hasn't been released outside of my office yet.
I'm just here to reiterate that, please get that, citizen appointment or citizen candidate, out in the paper. I will promote it, just the same. It is important to me. As I figure all the commission here that we do have, a citizen advocate on board too with that.
Is our citizen advocate that has been on board is choosing not to?
They termed out. It was Shaylee Bryant. Thank you for your service, Shaylee.
Yes, she has. And our the bylaws on that say she cannot reapply or can
She
she?
may, I think there is a limit of two consecutive terms, two consecutive 2-year terms.
And this is her first or second because, Zach
She
was
went
there
through
before.
She went through 2 years.
2 years? Is it, so it's a 1-year term?
It's a 2-year term. There can be 4 total. I believe. I would have to review the
Okay.
bylaws on that specific seat. Thank you. Okay. I got it. Okay.
Okay, so she's termed out. Okay.
It looks like,
That,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know, because she was very engaged and very involved, so it would be nice if we could find somebody like her.
But Zach could come back.
Zach, come back, let's call her.
Okay, if you want to just move to I'll be real quick with this because my intention wasn't to present analysis. But I did want to give a brief update on, because we've got receipts for sales and use tax revenues through half of the year. And I thought it would be appropriate to just offer a quick update to those of you who don't follow that on the Utah State Tax Commission website. And so through halfway through this year, we do have some receipt numbers, and then I included, based on the trends for 2022 and 2023, how the second half of the year closed out. It's anywhere from 38% to 41% of revenues that we would have received up to now. So I just extrapolated that out pretty mechanically for the rest of this year. And so again, it's not adjusted for inflation. I'm not here to present analysis about trends or how we might look at 2014 to 2020 and 2020 to 2024, because obviously there's some activity there that's interesting. But the main thing I want to point out with this information is that it's pretty flat. It's TRT is just a slight bit down. It's basically pancake flat, and sales and restaurant are slightly up. And the restaurant, to be clear, the restaurant tax is one piece of the TRCC tax revenue. And I didn't include the rental car tax portion of that tax, of the TRCC tax, because there's some OHV taxes that were added in at some point in this timeline, and it kind of skews the data in a way that can be confusing. So I isolated it to the restaurant tax, and so just pick these three. And so the main takeaway is that, so it's, the good news is that revenue is flat, and we budgeted for a flat revenue picture. And so with that information, we can hopefully assume that we're meeting our budget goals and staying within our budget. But the bad news is that as we've referenced today in this meeting, there's always new demands for resources, and the trends on our expenses are always going up. And so if revenue is flat and expenses are going up, obviously that requires decisions, and we want to be as proactive and about those decisions as possible, so we don't reach further hardship later on down the road. So I think we should all just take that bit of information very seriously, I think, moving forward. Any questions or comments on that?
I appreciate
the
it.
line graph is appropriate to show change over time.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good
Perhaps
over
what-
time. The pie is good for showing.
I
from-
was
That's
just,
good,
I was
yeah.
being, never, I won't keep my.
I pulled out 21 to 24 just to show kind of that if we want to think about starting to look at this sort of new plateau post COVID as sort of maybe a new reality, as we have it here.
Thank you. Any other questions?
And yeah, I'm sorry to say that I can't stay around for the meeting. I have to go to Kanab for a clerk's conference. It's my most important conference of the year in anticipation of November's election and any other number of things. So I have to hit the road and get to Kanab tonight. So sorry, I can't stay with you.
Drive safe.
Look forward to working with you.
Oh, thank
Good
you.
meeting.
Thank you for being on board. It was fun meeting you. Thank you. Okay, we are now to general reports. Do any of the commission's members have something to disclose on this night's agenda? Yes, Mike.
Just in previous conversation,
with our workshop. I am part of the ADO development.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. General Commission reports and future considerations. Let's start with Kevin. Are you ready, Kevin? Are you still there? Is he still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't have anything to report. So.
Okay, thank you. Evan?
Yes, get back to my calendar. Sorry about that. Met with the Sand Flats board, it's a productive meeting. Discussed a variety of things, and we did their mid-year budget review, and they're also in that kind of similar flat, slightly up part of, and it's hard to track visitation because we did the switch to everybody's getting a 1 week pass now, where there used to be like day pass, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's a little tricky to track visitation, but you know, those guys are a healthy enterprise fund, so no concerns there at all. Also met with the EMS board, and they have addressed some short-term financial needs through a loan through our Kansas Hills Healthcare District, and so that's those guys are functioning very well together to serve the needs of our citizens, and so that was very refreshing to kind of see that whole process work through. So kudos to both those bodies. And EMS is looking at they have some ambulances arriving shortly that have been on order for a very, very long time. And so with how long it took to receive them, they're looking at going ahead and starting the orders for the next replacements. And so that's a big capital investment, or I don't know if it's capital, but that's a big investment for them that starting the budget around. But things are going good, and there's an EMS conference in Richfield tomorrow, which many folks will be attending. I myself am not able to go, but there will be a lot of state players and representatives of all different levels that will be in Richfield. And so kudos to Andy and his team for action that he's taking to kind of secure funding and services in rural Utah. That's all I got.
Thank you, Evan. Bill?
Yeah, my first one on the list here with Mud Springs, and that's actually number 2 on our agenda, so I'll leave that one out. There were definitely a lot of meetings wrapped around that. I also met with the Utah Outdoor Recreation Eastern Council. We just discussed the options coming up for grants related around recreation in our area. 2023, they gave out 19 million. And that was the grant that I mentioned previously in a mission. We also received a portion of that 19. We got 2.5 million for the Colorado River bike path. And then we discussed long range options for this region. And I mentioned Raptor State Park bike path, the Spanish Valley bike path, and the Mud Springs project that Madeline and I have been working on. So that was in that meeting. I was also at a UDOT State Transportation Commission meeting, and I was allowed to speak at that as a local commissioner. So I mentioned our need, number 1, for a lighted Aggie Boulevard frontage roads along 191 South, and then always a speed reduction through town. So those were the 3 things that I brought up in that. I was in a watershed meeting in San Juan County, and Trish was in that as well. It was just trying to finalize all of our operating documents. In the airport board meeting, we also discussed what Bill Hawley showed us tonight, and then we also created a subcommittee to create language around insurance requirements in leases, in lease contracts at the airport for hangars, general business. There's so many different ones, and right now they've kind of got one lease that doesn't really fit anybody, but they try to stuff everybody in it. So they're trying to clean that up a little bit. I participated video wise at the TCAP meeting that happened last week. Also, the Utah Watershed Council meeting I attended and was as the representative, and that was when Trish was nominated as a co-chair with Mac McDonald in San Juan County, and I as a representative. So I was allowed to speak at that as well and just kind of reiterate some of the things we talked about, the need for the basically, this is an unmandated, thank you, Quinn. That's a terrible habit of mine. It's kind of an unmandated board at this point, but we really need some help, especially secretarial for all of the work that's involved there, as I'm sure Trish is finding out, just setting up the next meeting. So I requested that they look for some legislation to help fund that so that it's not just on the members. And then let's see, I've had multiple meetings around the Aggie Boulevard light, and I think that's a discussion as well. And I'll save all of that going for when we go through the regular commission. And then also worthy of mention is the Grand Conservation District voted to support WISA's efforts to work towards procuring the water pipeline from Green River to Crescent Junction. And so they sent out a letter in support of that effort and commended WISA for their forward thinking on that. So we've got that, and then I have a couple of notes for the future. One we already discussed, GovOS, the need there. And then the other one is also part of our discussion was the Thompson Springs residents are wondering if we can get the replat moving again. And I know we've got that on the agenda also. So I think that's about the extent of mine.
Thank you very much, Bill. Yes, Mike?
I actually had our OSTA meeting canceled due to the Grand County Fair, and I'll talk about that in a second. Grand County Recreation Special Service District is actually tomorrow. Our number 8 agenda item is actually the liaison change from Evan to myself. We'll be talking about that here in a bit. But I want to revisit back to the OSTA, the skipping of the OSTA meeting. We skipped the OSTA meeting. Angie skipped it because of the hosting of the Grand County Fair. I want to start first and foremost. Thank you to Angie. Thank you to the crew of OSTA for what they put on this year. It was very well attended. It was awesome. My kids had fun. I had fun. Everyone around me that I could see out there. Actually, we had several commissioners out there and county staff out there. They ran that entire event with roughly 6 people. I cannot believe they did that from an event standpoint. But again, I want to thank Angie entirely and her crew for what they put on out there. Attendance was great. If anyone didn't attend, there was, the rodeo was well attended. I helped host a volleyball tournament. We actually picked a random family out of the crowd that came from California. There was an actual crowd. We played indoor volleyball, and this family came in and just said, "Hey, can we play with you guys?" And we threw them right into the works. There was a full-on European tour bus that pulled up one night and joined the Grand County Fair. They unloaded the bus right there as just come on in. That was great. But what I really want to speak of, and actually me and Trish have spoken about this, future consideration is completion of actually making a standing fair board, how the fair board's going to operate, and how we can get that fair board to help Angie and her staff at OSTA. They cannot put that much work in. It was an incredible amount of work by that staff to put that fair on. It was too much work for the people they had. we've got to get them some help. So I really want to put that towards a future consideration. And I'll be talking with Trish more on that fact.
Thanks. Thank you. Let's see, I had a GWISA meeting. Kind of one of the interesting things that was brought up there was they are doing some work with Mark Stilson and John Files, looking at water recharge potential. So they're actually injecting high water into an old well and then just seeing what, you know, the potential is as far as surrounding wells, and is it, you know, what is it doing to those surrounding wells? We had a planning commission meeting, and once again, I want to thank Elisa Martin for all the work that she did for planning and zoning, and just, you know, that was a loss for us, and I appreciate her efforts. She did a lot in the time that she was here. I attended the Cane Springs CUP appeal, and I would just encourage, if people are interested, I would assume that's all recorded and they can watch that. So that was just, it was kind of more procedural appeal. I went to, and this I thought was interesting, there's a network called the Western Leaders Network that I'm a part of, and this one was called Protecting Democracy, and it was around just elections, and I just wrote down a couple things that were of interest and I think should be of interest to our commission. The non-acceptance of election results has been on the rise, specifically since 2020. With that, our county clerks specifically are burdened with grandma requests, with social media attacks, burnout in staff. So I thought it was just really kind of an interesting discussion. There was some big, really big counties there. There was, I think it was Maricopa County was there, kind of talking about all the things that they face in elections now. So I think from our perspective, just to be making sure that our staff know that they have, you know, the support of the county commission as we go into a very big election year. I went to the Horizon screening. Thank you so much, Biga. That was a very cool event. Mary and I both went. So that was a very cool event, and thank you for inviting us to come. Let's see. I'm just kind of sorry. I think there was, I went to a CJC meeting. Chief Bell from the city said up until just a moment ago, they were fully staffed until Aaron Woodard did retire as a sergeant for the Moab Police. And so that was a loss for the Moab Police. They obviously, you've seen it in the paper, solved that, I think it was 51-year-old cold case, which was really, truly amazing. At this point, the CJC in this calendar year has served 43 children. Of those children, predominantly sexual and physical assault and some neglect. As you know, the CJC provides counseling, therapy, education for victims. So just a really amazing job that Andrea is doing. The Friends of the CJC is now incorporated. They have their 501c3 and are fully staffed, and they've even started to get some money together. So that's pretty cool. I think that's it, because Bill, I went to a couple meetings that Bill has already mentioned.
Thank you very much. To begin with, for Canyonlands Solid Waste Authority, I would like to express our deepest condolences to the loved ones of Chris Harris. Chad, I'm nervous. Following his untimely death. Chad was an excellent, exemplary board member, as well as the chair of the Administrative Control Board. His service and dedication to the Canyonlands Solid Waste Authority was greatly appreciated, and we are thankful that we had the opportunity to work with him. He provided logical guidance and a commitment to the local community as a volunteer board member. His valuable insight will be very much missed. We understand the shock and the tragedy of Chad's sudden loss, and our thoughts are with the family and friends during this difficult time. Chad Harris was the chair of the Solid Waste Special Service District, and he died before the 4th of July, the Monday before. I also was saddened to hear of the deaths of the two people in Canyonlands National Park, as well as our flood victims. I think it emphasizes the importance of educating our visitors of the dangers of heat and flood and weather conditions in our county. They can be extreme and sudden, so education is very important. And nothing keeps visitors away from our grand county than a tragic death. I wanted to thank Angie and her staff and the many volunteers for the 2024 county fair. It was a success. My grandkids were thrilled. They had a great time. I had a great time. I really laughed a lot during the rodeo. I'm looking forward to next year, and I agree. We need to start working soon to get sponsors and to look at what went well and what we need to improve upon. But I don't know if Angie and her staff, I just want to tell you what you pulled off was incredible, and the commission really thanks you for that. We had a solid way on the 19th. I had a lot because we didn't have our last meeting. The solid waste working with the engineer firm to update the Canyonlands transfer station operations plan, as well as cell design for the Klondike landfill. And Chris Scoville, the person that's head of facilities at the solid waste, wants to express his appreciation to Bill Jackson and the Grand County Roads Department for allowing Canyonlands Solid Waste Authority to utilize their water truck for road maintenance. So if you're listening, thank you very much, Bill. It was a great help. The Household Hazardous Waste Program has been moved from the Community Recycle Center to the transfer station, for everyone's knowledge. On the 26th, I attended the Economic Opportunity Advisory Board. There was a very good discussion on a commissary kitchen collaboration program. We see that as a real good opportunity of economic development in our community and to also help people that are already here. The discussion used, then we talked about the various events, grants, and the discussion used these criteria when they were trying to decide which ones to send to the Travel Council Advisory Board as what they thought was a good idea for the grants. They used were there new events? Were they off-season events? I thought that was really important to support off-season events. Were they hiring local vendors? And did they enhance the quality of life for the locals? And through that, they recommended the Youth Garden Harvest Fest, the Moab Music Festival, the Moab Free Concert Series, Moab Folk Festival, and Dead Horse Ultra, and the Women's Retreat. So that was a very good discussion, and everybody came very prepared and excited to discuss. We also talked about the Trails to Tomorrow that will be presented to us on August 6th. And Mark Finley's foodie video is capturing the food scene of our pretty sophisticated food restaurants that we have in Grand County. So that will be coming out. And for the Utah Opportunity Grant Cooperative Marketing Program, the campaign will launch in the goal is to drive visitation with long stays, higher spends, and a focus of utilizing the services and amenities provided by our locals. So it was a very good meeting. On the 8th of July, I met with one of the staff of the Attorney General's office, Tracy Tabbitt. She and I both knew Jan Graham, who was the Attorney General, and we had wonderful memories of thinking about her, and that she was the one that started CJCs. And she did more to help children as a Attorney General than almost anybody ever has. There's for future consideration, right now, there's some monies available to build new CJCs to improve our CJC. Because even though we've tried to work and we've worked really hard on the soundproofing, the building itself has so many limitations. And we have for 2 years, we're going to have extra monies by this. So I think it would be a good time for the county to look if there's a place we can build a new CJC.
Yeah, I did direct Andrea to kind of start that process to work with, I would assume maybe planning and zoning, looking at our parcels as if there's a place that would fit.
So finding a place that we can put that. On the 9th, there was the Travel Council Advisory Board. I did not attend because I've been under so much scrutiny by so many people that I was concerned, because my understanding of the Open and Public Meetings Act was that it was not noticed. And from my understanding and what I've read, that if a meeting is not noticed on the Open and Public Meetings Act's website, they cannot comment, discuss, and deliberate, as well as they cannot make action items. So, you know, I know some people don't, but because of the scrutiny I've been under, I chose not to attend. I did watch it later on YouTube. We had the localists. I also had the local homeless coordinating meeting, and most people, there were 122 individuals who sought help in June. Most people were literally homeless, meaning they were living in spaces or not meant for human habitation. 28 were at imminent risk of homelessness. 3 individuals were veterans, 9 were youth self-identified as homeless. And so we are seeing an increase in our homeless situation in Moab. And when Bill, I can't remember which part of the discussion where we talked about the showers and such, I think that was during earlier with the code enforcer. That is an issue that we're finding in the town, the community. There's not many places for people to take a shower and clean up. So it's really affecting our homeless community too. 25 of the people were reported as being disabled, and 25 said they had substance abuse problems. 37 cited mental health issues, and 61 individuals were homeless because of domestic violence. It's always a tough meeting to attend because it feels like the problems are huge and the solutions are complicated and difficult. And so I report this so that we are aware that we have people in this community that suffer from homelessness. Okay, that is the end of my long report. Next time it won't be so long because it'll be only 2 weeks instead of 4. So thank you. So that's the end of the commission's reports. We will move to elected officials. Gabriel already gave his report. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair McGann. Apologize about the delay. We were wrapping up court late today. Interesting things of note today, we were able to send somebody to prison for seeking to have inappropriate contact with an undercover officer, luckily, that was posing as age 13. The judge sentenced that individual to prison today. Normally, I don't bring those things up, but I think it's important for the community to be aware that there are people that are willing to travel from Colorado or other locations to seek out kids when they're in a very vulnerable state. And so wanted to let the community know about that. We also have had 2 incidences recently regarding firearms. We had an individual that was arrested for discharging a firearm at an officer, and another individual that attempted to disarm an officer. So we're kind of seeing an uptick in those concerning events.
other court case, we have the BRC case. There was a problem with scheduling with the attorney. I believe it was the attorney for the city. They pushed that out to August 21st is when the oral arguments will be for that. Chrissy Hoffine sent out a notice to you. We'll send a follow-up notice when we get a bit closer. Additionally, we've seen some changes in judges in the area. Judge Manley, who's been on the bench for a very long time, she retired. Judge Cass Melisandre White will be taking her place. And for our recovery court, drug court, we have Judge Buttle, who will be covering for us. I worked with just ever so slightly with the cold case investigation, and Detective Drexler deserves a huge applause and recognition for all his hard work in finally resolving that case. That case had been outstanding for many decades. Next, for the Cane Springs appeal for the CUP, we started the process on that. That's been noticed up. There are some grandma requests that we are resolving. There's some other issues that have been filed. There's been a request to make a zoning interpretation, which has been filed. We've noticed for the county that, and I don't know if our CEO in command, Quinn, has stated yet, but we have a requirement to have a zoning administrator. And previously that role has been handled by Alyssa Martin for a long period of time. In our code, there's a requirement to do that. And so, okay, I'll let him follow up on that. But basically there's been a request that's come in for the county to make what's called a zoning interpretation, and that's been filed. There's been a response that's been filed as well. So those things are ongoing, and we've communicated with Mark Kuntz about that. He's continuing to assist us on those issues. If you guys have questions about that, follow up with me and we can go into more exciting details as well as the CUP. Lots to discuss there. Additionally, I attended the TCAP meeting. It was noticed on the Grand County website. It was not noticed up on the state website. With that meeting, I attended and explained the options, and based on the case law, they pulled from their discussion any action items. They had the meeting, and I would really encourage the public to watch the meeting. And the reason why is it was attended by the Republican candidate for the state auditor's office, which we're in Utah, so it's very good odds that that would become the eventual state auditor. And both Seth Ovison, he was there and present, and he made a lot of comments, and they made a lot of comments about very not veiled threat at all about where they're going to change the code. And they're going to give, it sounds like they're going to give the TCAP more authority and weight in determining how we deal with mitigation. And so if you haven't watched that meeting, it's an important meeting to understand. They also explained from the state auditor's position, the power and the duty and the responsibilities of the TCAP board as well. So I would really encourage individuals to look at that meeting, because the state auditor's office was very blunt on their assessment of things. And it's a rare view into the opposite side. Well, when we're talking in the context of the audit, that's a differing opinion than the county's opinion. So if you haven't had the opportunity to look at the meeting, I think it's about an hour and 40 minutes. I think anybody in the county that's dealing with TRT, it should be required to watch that meeting, because it is so important about what they say and what they think. And if it's something that the commission, if we want to have a differing opinion, it's always good to know what other people with different opinions and views have. So I'd encourage them to look at that. That's everything I've got.
Okay. Couple statements. I did not attend the TCAP meeting, but there's been a little bubbling that this was not properly noted, which you just stated. And so I want to just read a couple statements here. If a meeting, and this comes from statute, if a meeting of public body meeting the definition of a meeting under Utah OPMA cited below, the TCAP meeting meets that criteria of a public meeting, then the meeting must be properly noticed on the Utah Public Notice website. The TCAP chair acknowledged this and stated the failure to properly notice at the beginning of the meeting. when this occurs, if the meeting is not properly noticed, then it cannot be held, which includes comments from the public deliberating on various matters. Continuing to allow public comment and deliberating on these matters when the meeting was not properly noticed is a violation of Utah OPMA. Period. So I'm just going to reiterate that.
And
The fact that that meeting was not publicly noticed, and I will reiterate, is a violation of Utah open and public meetings.
Especially where you commented that it was such an important meeting and we had people from out of state. Or from the state office, I think, to not have it on the open and public meeting website was a real, it could have been postponed till the next day or the next week.
Yeah, it was a mistake. Obviously, it didn't happen and it should have just been acknowledged and postponed.
And there's a simple fix to that. And if you'd like, we can go, and I'd love for you to forward me that email.
It's a state call.
Oh, okay. I'd love you to forward that because there are a few state cases that have talked about the specific issue and the cure. And one of the cures is they can replicate the meeting on the subsequent meeting. So if the chair was so inclined, he could play the entire recording of the last meeting and that cures it. There's a case, Richfield had the same issue and it was a city that made a decision. Now, the difficulty when we talk about violations of OPMA, we look at the cure. And if we go into the cure for OPMA, there's a few different things. So number one, if there was any actions that were made, then you'd have to have a new meeting and recreate the same actions.
Right.
But they didn't have any actions.
Right.
And remember, what's their authority? They're an advisory board that makes recommendations to the commission. So while the meeting, when they say that it wasn't noticed up, Quinn provided me an email with 1:50. So 50 minutes beforehand, we had a discussion about it. That's the quickest notice that I got. I talked to a couple different attorneys about it, and they cited me to those other cases. I don't have the ability to step in and stop them from having a meeting, nor does the commission. We don't have the ability to just walk in and take away. They're an advisory board, and they've taken those steps to be appointed to do that. So.
Yeah, I just, we are under constant scrutiny for being transparent. So it goes to all boards within Grant County, and I'm just stating that.
Right.
So then the other thing I wanted to state, and thank you, Stephen, for bringing up the case regarding internet crimes. One thing that was stated by the chief of police is per capita, we're on the upper end of internet crimes against children.
Yes.
Called ICAC. Sheriff Wiggins is just, he is diligent about this. So, I don't know how to you've already stated it. I stated it. I've stated it. I think we need to be diligent as parents, as teachers, as anybody working with you that it's happening. It's real. It's scary. We need to watch what our children are doing online, on the internet.
There's a lot of terrifying apps too. And I think, and I don't know if you shared this, we're looking to have a presentation done by somebody that's an expert on this and to come in and to have it in an evening event at a venue that can have a lot of parents and a lot of teachers and folks to come and watch, because you'd be terrified of the types of apps and how much they trade. The case that I handled this morning, they were exceptionally graphic with what they shared to the undercover officer. And then again, they drove here and they showed up and they were anticipating meeting with somebody, and it's happened. We've had cases for meetups in a couple different locations, but it's exceptionally terrifying.
Mary, if I could, I'd like to make a statement also, as Trish did regarding the TCAP. I think that we need to leave the authority of the county attorney in Stephen's hand regarding the TCAP meeting. And I realize that you can reach out to a has-been or to an armchair lawyer, and you can find all kinds of.
It's the code.
But you can find all kinds of opinions, as has been done regularly around here. But we had our county attorney there, and he made the proper decision, and he oversaw that. And to have told the state auditors, oh, why don't you come back another day, I think would have been an insult. So the real insult was in not listening to what they had to say.
I did.
So thank you for allowing that.
We have Jameson online. Jameson?
Let me share my screen with you. All right. See that okay?
Yes.
So this is sorry I haven't been able to make it the last couple of commission meetings, but the monthly stats of May, we have 3,171 calls in our dispatch center. 789 of them are 911 calls. Deputies responded to 822 calls for service. They conducted 229 traffic stops, 19 arrests. They pursued 46 and search and rescue calls were 17. In the month of May, the deputies conducted several movie shifts for the Marvel movie. It brought in about $100,000 in security shifts is what we call them, where we bill the movie security companies for officer support on the movie securities. We also received the OHV grant from the DNR for the purchase of a new side-by-side. In the month of June, the total calls on the dispatch for 3,057, 897 911 calls. The deputies responded to 1,684 calls for service, 286 traffic stops, 27 arrests, 67 papers served, and 18 search and rescue calls. Also in the month of June, we're very busy. Obviously, we had Tyler Lindsay graduated from Post. Tyler is born and raised Moab local, who started his career with the sheriff's office in dispatch. He currently holds an EMT certification and also serves the United States as a sergeant in the Army. We were just awarded $12,000 in ICAC Internet Crimes Against Children grant with the Utah Attorney General's office. This can be used towards equipment that help fight ICAC. We had 2 individuals from Texas that went missing on the Steel Bender Trail. We have well over 1,000 man hours into this, and we had to switch it from a rescue to a recovery. The sheriff's office and the Moab Police Department, obviously Stephen talked a little bit about this, but we worked together to help solve the murder of Ann Woodward. Detective Drexler gets a lot of credit for leading this initiative. He approached me shortly after the election, asked if the 2 agencies can work together. Apparently, we had some evidence in our evidence room. And so our investigators found that evidence in our evidence room, turned it over to the police department. The police department sent it to the state of Utah. Through DNA technology, they were able to determine that it was Douglas Chudamelka. And that's all I have for my report.
Thank you, Jameson. Any questions? No, thank you.
Yeah.
We are to administrators report. Quinn?
Usually I say I don't have anything to add, and that was always my favorite part of the meeting. Huge thank you again. I'd follow up everybody else's thank you to OSTA. That was a great event, great county fair. Also wanted to shout out to Lions Back for letting us do the fireworks off there. I know the fireworks seem like they only last about 10 minutes, but for me, they start in January. And I'm always very, very grateful when they're over and done with. So anyway, thanks to Lions Back for letting us shoot them off there. It's been we have a good working relationship with them, and I'm grateful for that. We did not get the raise grant for paving Sand Flats Road. I went to someone else. We were still in the running. We were close, but we did not get it. The employee contribution changed for the employee side. So if anybody noticed, their check was just a few cents or $1 off, that's why employee contribution went up 0.7%. So that's something we can look at dealing with in the budget season if we want to try and make that up. Anyway, so if anybody notices, it was the employee contribution that changed. Laura knows more about it than I do, but I am aware of it. Planning and zoning, Stephen mentioned that we need a zoning administrator. I reached out to Elisa Martin. She's willing to stay in the role part-time until we fill somebody. And I imagine that is just a few hours a week, responding to a couple of emails in the evening. And that gets me off the hook of being the named zoning administrator. We do have someone else in planning and zoning that would be willing to take that on if the commission wants to go that direction as well. But for right now, I have arranged it so that Elisa can work part-time a few hours in the evening.
And my recommendation for the commission would be to allow that to continue and encourage that, because the amount of time that it's going to take for somebody else to get on board, and we'll need some responses quickly on the Cane Springs
items and they have to have that signature. And if you put somebody else new in that role, in our language, in our code, it requires a response within a reasonable period of time. And what that is and what that looks like could be delayed. And so I would encourage that relationship, and it's really going to be worthwhile because if you try to train somebody up and explain to them the back history of all that is Cane Springs development, then it's going to take a substantial amount of time and energy.
Thank you, Stephen. Also, I would bring up scheduling for the meeting on August 6th. I've been in contact with Commissioner Winfield, Commissioner Dean, and kind of Commissioner Hadler about the commission administrator position. So right now we do have 11 applications. Just by my quick skimming of them, I think we got 5 good ones, 3 or 4 great ones. So if we want to try and circle up it on the 30th as a subcommittee to kind of look at those preliminarily, and then we could potentially, it's up to you guys, we could maybe do interviews on the 6th. We also have the Trail to Tomorrow presentation that day, which that's going to be, I think, a fairly meaty portion of the meeting. So prepare yourselves mentally for that. Thompson replat, those bid docs are in the final reviews, and then we'll get that to bid and hopefully get moving forward on that. That's all I have. I would like to be involved in any whatever follow-up GovOS discussions happen. That's been something that's been on my mind for the GovOS. So anyway, I'm definitely aware of that. It's been hanging over me. I wish we were moving quicker on it, but we are moving. So I guess I'll take it. That's all I got.
Thank you. I don't see any more elected officials. We are through with reports. Now it is time for our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard. Once again, during this period of time, if you want to comment or make a statement, you have 3 minutes. Come up to one of the mics, or if you're online, indicate that you are here for citizens to be heard. If you're here for citizens to be heard, yes.
Hi, my name is Joe Downer. So I'm just going to read out my scribble here. So I'm speaking out on concern over the huge 5-acre Golden Gate truck stop proposed at Crescent Junction. I want to request that a full environmental study be done on the life of the prairie dogs that have lived there for thousands of years. What I know, prairie dogs are protected. I want to request a full environmental study be done before they put a huge footprint on the environment at Crescent Junction. I am the owner of the small business at Crescent Junction. I have a very small environmental footprint on the corner of Crescent Junction. I am afraid a huge 5-acre truck stop that is going to ruin the characteristics of the intersection of 191 and I-70. The light pollution alone is a reason to not approve such a massive truck stop that affects the environment that this may cause. I am requesting the full environmental study be done before consideration of the application moves forward. It's going to totally ruin the characteristics of the environment and the wildlife in the area. My understanding, they have proposed to haul huge truckloads of water from Green River to store in huge tanks to run the 5-acre truck stop. I can't imagine the amount of trucks coming in and out of there every day hauling water just to operate. It's totally going to ruin the environment and all the wildlife in the area, including prairie dogs, which are protected. Please take this into consideration before it's too late. Thanks for your consideration on this matter.
Thank you. Did he state his name?
Yes.
No, Joe, right, Joe. Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers?
Good evening. My name is Mark Depp. I'm one of the owners of Moab Red Rock Rally. I know that's a topic of consideration later on in the meeting, but a couple of things I'd like to make the council aware of. You gave us some significant challenges when we came in and applied for this event. I believe we were able to meet those. We were good stewards of the trails and of the concerns of the county, and the processes and strategies that we put in place were successful. We know of no appreciable complaints. We have heard of no increases in moving violations or any type of violation involving side-by-sides during our event. We had none during our event. No appreciable incidents of drinking and driving, and no increases that we saw in basically moving violations for street side-by-sides or anything of that manner. The strategy we put in place to meet folks at the trailheads reduced any movement on the streets to what is normally seen here in Moab as far as the motorized recreation. As mentioned before, we know several people have stated they did not know the event was even going on at that time. We are very much interested in bringing tourism to Moab. That's our intent with this event. We love the sport. We'd like to see the sport succeed. We realize there's challenges in that sport. But since sitting through your budget meetings, your tax revenue meetings, and seeing the demands that are placed on Moab and on Grant County, we can imagine that increased tourism dollars that come with a concern and a weight to the needs of the county and the community would be welcome. We enjoy doing these. I don't think I'll ever do a wage dollar comparison on the amount of time I put in and my volunteers put in, because at that point, I don't think we would enjoy it very much. There is quite a bit of time that goes into these. However, our intent is to put on an event that has an appreciable percentage and impact to the community, such as EJS, and be able to take care of those. I did hear of a couple other events that are similar to ours that are on your agenda tonight with 450 attendees, another with 550 attendees, another motorized recreation event. I would hope that although there are concerns for a side-by-side event, there would not be a scrutiny put on us that is also not equal when used on these other events. We have shown ourselves to be open to listening to the council and listening to the community. We spent our dollars here in the community. We did everything we could to spend the money that we utilized for needs for the event here at Moab. And that's one more reason why we're asking for an early review of this. We're able to get on the budgeting processes for most of the outdoor industry. Put that in place. We're not impacting, relying on any local funds or local utilities. They're actually able to bring funds in to be able to benefit those and not have to rely on any of the grants or anything like that. So I ask you to take those into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes?
My name is Pete Gross. What I'd like to share with you, I don't think I could fit into a 3-minute soundbite, so I will just give you a teaser, and hopefully that'll entice you when I follow up with written comments that you'll be entertained. I want to point out, if you hired an applied mathematician to optimize the economy of Moab, one of the first things you would find out that optimal solutions to optimize revenue, impact, or whatever are often counterintuitive. And I would suggest that the Grand County Commission's efforts to date to mitigate the negative impacts of tourism are well-founded and also consistent with actually encouraging tourism. You can simultaneously mitigate those, work towards mitigating those impacts while enhancing tourism promotion. So anyway, I will send you a follow-up later, but just to know that all of the above strategy is often suboptimal, even though that seems counterintuitive. Like the same thing in energy. People think we're using all this energy. We need wind, solar, nuclear, fusion was mentioned, and all these things. And actually, that's not the case. The money you spend towards something that isn't give you as great a return is an opportunity lost. Anyway, thank you for your time. I will send you a follow-up, and hopefully you'll be intrigued and curious. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Yes.
Sorry, I'm a stander, not a sitter. That's okay with you?
Oh, yes.
Great. Hello, my name is Charlene Bauer. I am a Grant County resident, and I'm also a small business owner and off-road industry professional for 30 years. I'd like to see a perspective change on the events processing and process. It's become too common for this commission group to deny events over the last few years, eliminating people and therefore money to come into our city and county. In your documents that you have reviewed today earlier, the TRT, the restaurant, the business overalls are down, which is a direct reflection of those types of decisions. I'm not ignorant to recognize that we're also in an ongoing federal economic low at the moment, but the decision to eliminate or decrease tourism at the same time is exaggerating the impact that could be on the businesses and your voters here in Grand County and the city. I ask that you are picking and choosing events, as said earlier today by Evan, that you choose more. Tomorrow, as you speak with one of your voters who's challenged with their business being down 20+% and having to lay off employees, that you're going to be able to say that you support more people coming to town, not that you said that you eliminated hundreds of people coming that could be potentially their customers and add to the TRT tax. As you speak with one of your voters tomorrow that's set on a set income, that is now challenged because they have to find additional money to pay taxes to offset this county's imposed deficit through your decisions, that you're able to tell them that, you know what, you might need to deal with a little more traffic and a little more hardship in finding a spot to park at the city market. But we're seeing the consequences to eliminating events, and we're working to find the solution to minimize the offset in the tax. This perspective really needs to change for small events as well as big events. The small events, the low income events, shouldn't have to have any hoops that they have to go through, but should be generously welcomed to support the TRT. The big events, the high impact events that make your list should be thanked for picking Moab, not bastardized as we feel as we go through this process so much. I do sit in the off-road world. Not going to deny it. And I respect that this is not an off-road targeted group, yet it's across the board. But let's target our off-road enthusiasts for a second. We like to eat and drink. We hit those restaurants. We fill our gas tanks daily. We go and we stay at hotels. We stay at the nightly rentals. We hit those RV parks and pay those exorbitant prices to park our huge RVs. We probably hit one of the 3 part stores throughout our time that we're here to buy new parts. And we bring our families who love to go downtown, want to buy t-shirts, coffee, and ice cream. Not a bad target if you're trying to increase your TRT, right? So although I do realize that today, all the events that are on the list that Kate processed are in the intent to approve level. So there's nothing that's going to change today on your docket, but I do hope that you will start the perspective change on how you process and thought process these events. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Okay, we are now to our action items. Our first action item is the review of special events and intent to apply submissions for Q1 2025.
So this was covered in some detail in the earlier workshop. If the chair is agreeable, run through the events really quickly and do a brief summary. There were a couple of questions that came up in the workshop that I would like to answer, so I can answer those.
Thank you. That sounds good.
So the following intent to apply submissions were received by the deadline for Q1 of 2025. Deemed high impact. As per our events ordinance, those are reviewed and approved by the county commission on a quarterly basis. So the events that we have, there are 7. One of them is already, it's been approved, they're requesting a date change. One of them is in Q1 of 2025, and then the rest of them are early submissions, which the commission can consider at this meeting, or they can postpone until their regularly scheduled consideration. So in October, we had a request for a date change for the Rexby Queen of the Desert cycling event. It was approved for October 5th. They would like to move that date back to November 2nd in order to match with permits on the Colorado side of their event. The March submission is Moab Run the Rocks, which is a trail running event. Two submissions for April. One is Moab Rocks, which is a 3-day cycling event. One is Running Up for Air Moab, which is trail running in Stairmaster area. 2 submissions for May. One is Moab Fondo Fest Weekend, which is a cycling event. One is Raptors on the Rocks, which is a motorized event. And 1 submission for June, another motorized event, which is the Moab Red Rock Rally. Couple of questions that came up in the workshop. One was if the Fondo weekend was a prior event that had been sold, and that's correct. So it was locally organized. The person who organized the event sold it to Trans Rockies a few years back. There was also a request to see if I could pull the events calendar from last year. So let me share that. So I pulled the events calendar from 2024 for March through June, so the period of consideration here. It might be a little hard to see, but I've looked at the events that are under consideration now. So Run the Rocks last year coincided with Skinny Tire Festival. That's the case again. I'm sorry.
Oh, after K. Okay, thanks.
Canyonlands Half Marathon was the weekend after that. I think that's the case again for 2025. Moving into April, Moab Rocks and Running Up for Air coincided. We had an auction that started that same weekend as well. But the auction itself was the following weekend. That was a lower impact event that was out at Stuff. Then Grand Fondo in May coincided with a smaller gravel race, as well as the tail end of Biker Pelly, which is another cycling event on the Pocatello Trail. Raptors on the Rocks, there were no other events during that time period. And then into June, Red Rock Rally, there were no other events during that time period.
Are there questions? Mike, did you say question?
2
Oh, I'm so sorry.
quick question, and then I'd like to make a motion. But was there any overlap other than the Grant County Fair and the auction? Was there any overlap on Grant County OSTA on facilities?
You mean, are you asking for the 2025 event?
The 2024, was that the only overlapping?
As far as I know.
Okay. Second, I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the following special event intent to apply submissions as read in list. Number 1, Rexy Queen of the Desert. Number 2, Moab Run the Rocks. Number 3, Moab Rocks. Number 4, Running Up for Air. Number 5, Moab Fondo Fest Weekend. Number 6, Raptors on the Rocks. Number 7, Red Rock Rally.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Mike, would you like to speak to the motion?
One that I thought would come up a little more contentious. Again, Red Rock Rally. Didn't even notice you guys. And no one that spoke to me noticed you guys. Not that I wouldn't want to attend that event. I just didn't know what was going on. But Thank you for that. The second, speaking point was, I understand, spanning an event over 2 states, timing's gotta change. I very much understand that timing change between Rexy, Queen of the Desert, between us and Grand County and Colorado.
Trish? Do you have any?
No, I really do appreciate your guys' attempts to, you know, mitigate the impacts of that and trailering and what you've done. It obviously clearly it worked. So, thank you.
Evan? Anything?
In the workshop, I mentioned concern around approving other quarter events at this point. This was the Q1 review, and I think all the other applicants fall into Q2. And so we're not quite getting into Q3 or 4 yet. But that's still a concern.
Bill? Kevin?
I don't have any comments.
Anybody have anything to add? I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? Motion passes 5-1 with Evan in opposition. Thank you. We are to Mud Springs Trail System Grant Contract Transfer. Maddie?
So this is a project I mentioned during my annual report and said I might be coming back to you guys to talk about the contract. Here I am. But this project we've been working on in partnership with San Juan County. So we have an interlocal agreement with for specifically for trails, trail design, maintenance, grant writing, grant management, and the BLM. The area for the trail system, it's in Spanish Valley on the south end. So it's in San Juan County, but very close to that border. And unfortunately, the project manager for San Juan County, who's Elaine Gisler, who used to work here, she's moving out of that position. And so after a lot of conversations and exploring different options, it seems like the best option to keep this project moving forward is for Grant County to manage those contracts, working in partnership with those partners still. So the request today is basically transfer those contracts from San Juan County to Grant County. Do we have any questions about it?
Questions?
San Juan County's backing. I mean,
Yeah, so
yeah.
Bill's been
Sorry.
Yeah, I can speak to it a little bit. I had multiple meetings with both Mac and Bruce Adams over it, and San Juan County holds a $40,000 match funds that they're willing to transfer over to Grand County so that we can assume the grants that they received for that work down there. And then they already have an existing MOU with us that is not specific to anything. It was originally put in place for the bike path that goes out Spanish Valley, and they feel that that's sufficient. I suggested that maybe we let Stephen look at it to get his take on that, but which would keep us from having to do a brand new MOU with them. But Mac felt comfortable that on his end that MOU would be that he already has in agreement with us would cover this work. So we'll need Stephen to review that and make sure of it, but they were in favor originally of moving this over to the BLM, and then because of the BLM's workload, they felt it would be a better fit for us, and here we are trying to make sure that this still keeps moving forward, really is what this amounts to.
Feel like we can handle it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, but we put a lot of work in so far, so I'm pretty eager just to get started on it.
There's a lot of public support and interest in this from Grand County, as well as people that live out in the south end, also from San Juan County. But there's a lot of support to move this forward.
I will use this platform just to just so everyone has the same expectations, but we have a narrow build window, so we went through the whole environmental assessment process. Unfortunately, everything worked out, but our build window is only in the fall, so we're definitely getting very, very short on time to start the project this fall. We might be able to like start the trailhead. But if we want to get a really good quality contractor to build the machine built trails, we probably want to shoot for next fall. Which, you know, I wish it could be earlier, but also these trails will hopefully be on the ground forever, so we want to make sure they're good.
Thank you. Any other questions?
With your point of hopefully these trails be on the ground forever, was there any discussion around maintenance?
Yes, the BLM is committed to maintaining them.
And was there talk of a campground out there at one point too?
Yes, that's getting more into BLM territory, which I'm not sure what the current conversations are about that. But yeah, that's been a topic.
It's not the scope of this grant.
There are two separate grants that I believe, and you can correct me if I'm off on the dollars, they amount to 350,000, and then the BLM is putting in another 90,000 towards this work there, so it's a substantial amount of money that will be going into that. Will work out good, and I think there's a couple of contractors interested, are there not already, in doing the
Yeah.
contractor portion of this work?
We originally thought the RFP was going to go out like early this year in January or February. So we actually started conversations with different like qualified contractors at the end of last year. So people are definitely, they want us to release the RFP. They're interested.
But no luck for a NICA race this upcoming season?
Probably not.
NICA race.
Sorry.
Any other questions? Question or?
Question, I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay.
I move to sign the two state of Utah fiscal assistance agreement contracts that total $350,000 for the construction of the Mud Springs Trail System project, which has the support of the project's partners, San Juan County and the BLM Moab Field Office.
Motion by Mike, seconded by Bill. Mike, anything to add?
No, again, everyone reiterates that we are interested in this, and I want the NICA race this year, but I understand.
Bill?
So,
Evan? Trish? Kevin? I'm not seeing him on right now.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I wasn't visible. I don't have any comments.
So I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you
We are
guys.
to lease for the airport garage for construction of new garage at airport. Tammy, you would take over.
Yes.
I won't take up too much of your time. This is a general land lease, for storage garages at the airport. We currently have 3 of them on site. This would be, building additional garages, just south of our big parking lot, a little bit further away from the terminal. There's a high demand for these, and so the owners requested to build some more, and airport board has decided on this location and is good moving forward with this lease if commission so chooses. And won't go into much more detail unless there's more questions.
Yummy, go ahead.
I was just curious, what was being stored in are these like car garages or?
Typically they're the renters will store vehicles. These are people who travel in and out of the airport quite often. Maybe they have second homes or come in for business and they don't want to leave their vehicles out in the elements, so they pay the monthly rent to rent a garage for their vehicle.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Tammy? I would entertain a motion.
I move to
approve the ground lease. Project need to construct 19 new garages.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Bill and a second by Mike. Any more comments, questions?
It's not gonna put shade on our solar panel.
Yeah, no shade.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Tammy? We don't want them to shade our new solar panels.
That would be a great future asset to have out here. But like with everything else, it's all about the money. Who's gonna build it? So.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Hi, yes.
Okay, great. All right. So that passed unanimously. All right. So thank you, Tammy. Are you on the next one too? I believe so. All right. So on to agenda item number 4, which is funding for split unit heating cooling units for airport baggage screening area. Tammy Holland.
Yes. So this, I gave a pretty good description in the packet, but we added this part of the building on in the renovation we did of the terminal back in 2017. And there is one vent that runs into this room that runs off the system of the inside of the terminal, if you will. But this area, the door is open and closed quite often, so it's exposed to the elements much more than any other space. And the simplest solution to isolate that area from the rest of the building and be able to adequately heat and cool it would be to put in mini splits. They're financially, it's much cheaper than trying to put in any other type of system. So we got some estimates from local contractors, and this is something that TSA is kind of forcing their hand a little bit, if you will. It is in their lease contract that we are to provide, you know, adequate heating and cooling for their workspaces. So I'm requesting funding to install mini splits.
Great. Any questions for Tammy? Or a motion?
No, I think that if it's part of our thing with TSA, that makes sense. And I would move to approve funding to purchase a mini split air conditioning unit and heating for the airport baggage screening area pending approval of an independent contractor agreement and certificate of insurance by the county attorney.
So I have a motion by Evan, a second by Bill. Any more questions or comments?
It's just the classic, are the funds available now in your budget?
No, I will have to work with Gabe and see where we can pull that from. Yeah.
I like that honesty, Tammy.
Yeah. It was this is definitely an unplanned project.
I will say that this also keeps us all electric in that building, which is something we just discussed with the solar project.
So I'll entertain, all in favor? Kevin?
Yes.
Thank you. That passed unanimously.
Very good. We are to the applications for the FAA Airport Terminal Program bipartisan infrastructure legislative funding for repairs and modifications to the airport terminal, bipartisan infrastructure law, USDOT, and approved selection of Armstrong Consultants to provide design and build services for airport terminal repairs and modifications. Tammy.
Okay, so this the airport terminal program is a bill funded discretionary grant opportunity. And when the announcement the announcement time to application time is a very short window, and I was given a heads up on it. And so I went in and looked at what some of the other airports that were awarded this money were doing for projects, and a lot of projects that we need done on the old section of the terminal that didn't get remodeled in 2017 are things that this project was covering. So I made a list of issues such as replacing the roof on the building that was built in 1994. It's currently tin. All the screws are coming out, and you know, we've gone up, tried to tighten things up as best as we could, but I think we're going to have to get in there and do some replacement work on the, you know, a 30-year-old roof. So as well as the exterior wall on that south side of the building, all the sandstone is falling off, and we're starting to see some water leakage coming in on that wall. Also, things that are that we're looking at that are covered in this funding are security camera systems as well as point of entry. You know, I think Matt Sinisteros has probably discussed some of that topic with this commission, and so how we would lay it out is that we would put all these line items in their justifications, and we could either get funded for all of it, or they could come back and say, hey, we're going to replace your roof, but we're not going to pay for you know, an entrance road or something. So I included a list there of the things that I think are priorities that could potentially be funded by this this money. So the grant program works like our traditional AIP entitlement funds. It is 90% funded, and then Grand County would come up with its match fund of 10%. And I am working with Armstrong right now to come up with some engineers' estimates to get kind of a price line on that of how much money we should apply for. And this applying for this does not commit us to anything. This is kind of throwing the ball out there and seeing or throwing the spaghetti at the wall and seeing if it'll stick. So I just see it as an opportunity to get some of our infrastructure issues on the terminal building potentially funded with FAA money. So just asking for permission to submit for this grant and see where we can get some funding.
Questions?
I have one. Tammy, you said this doesn't have any financial consequences, but is there a financial obligation to Armstrong? Even if we don't get the grant, if they provide us services?
I don't have an exact answer for that, because it would be, if there is, it would be a small amount because they are our consultants. But any charges that they would have if we do get the grant is all paid for in the grant itself. But there's very little work in the application process for them, and so there shouldn't be a charge for that. But if we do get the grant and we have to select planners and engineers to even apply for the grant. So selecting them doesn't commit us to any cost, if that answers your question. It's just the FAA likes to see that you have these steps in place for your project.
Thank you.
Further questions? That was my question.
Would it be worth adding the mini split onto the list?
We could put it in and ask for reimbursement on it.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious about the email announcing it mentioned environmental sustainability or something as one of the goals. And
Mhm.
I wonder if any kind of what the timeline might be, and if some of the adaptations, if there's any things that we would need to do if we scored this solar project, if that could be lumped in there to make it more appealing.
Well,
More a
yeah,
question for Armstrong, I think.
yeah, that's a great question. And the timing is kind of odd because we presented the solar project earlier that would, kind of cover all of that. There is a potential that we could just put solar panels on the building for that building to
I
make
think
it
that there might,
sustainable.
to connect the panels to the build that connectivity piece of like,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, sounds like they'll do some outdoor stuff, but we might be on the hook for
Yeah.
some stuff.
Yes, I can definitely add that in on the list.
And is Judd still over at Armstrong?
He is. He's their Utah consultant.
Awesome.
So,
What else do you want, Evan? What else do you want to throw in there?
Can I make a motion?
New candy
He's very familiar with our airport and its needs and growth plans, etc. So
yes,
glad to know he's part of the team. I'm sure that working with them, you can put together a great proposal.
Any other questions?
absolutely.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll do it if he's not.
I don't have it right here.
Okay. I move to approve the submission of the application for the FAA ATP BIL funding for repairs and modifications to the airport terminal. That's number one. And number two, I move to approve the selection of Armstrong Consultants to provide design and build services for terminal repairs and modifications.
By Bill, seconded by Mike. Anyone have any questions or comments? Seeing done, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Okay. We are to Memorandum of Understanding MOU between the Moab Valley Fire Protection District and Grand County. Tricia Dean and Bill Winfield.
And I might throw Kevin in there also, if that's okay.
Would be great.
I don't know if I really need to lead this conversation, but the goal of this document is to establish the relationship between the Moab Valley Fire Protection District and Grand County to establish rules, responsibilities, and obligations of the annexation of portions of the unincorporated areas of the county. I want to thank Mallory and Quinn worked extensively on this, and this has gone on for years, decades.
Not quite.
Okay, years.
A decade.
It's been going on for a very long time. So you have that agreement in front of you. Bill, do you want to state anything about the process, or Kevin?
I'll give a few quick words. I know that I believe Moab Valley Fire Department and Grand County both are looking to have this in the rearview mirror and be past it. I think that it was a lot of work on Mallory and Quinn's part that got it to where it is right now and helped move it along, keep it moving along. So very appreciative for that, for both of your efforts. And I think that we're in a good position now.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything?
Sure.
Not Evan. I'll get to you. I'm sorry, I was joking. But go ahead, Kevin.
Kevin was on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I will admit, I had not seen, this particular document until, the packet came out, so I haven't looked at it carefully, but it seems to follow, the discussions that Mallory and Bill and Trish and I, had before. So it seems to be on the right. I think that a big feature of it is that it has the financial relationship between the county and the fire department is cleaner and is normalized more quickly. So we guarantee them some payments over a couple of years, and then they're on their own to, set their tax rate to wherever they think is appropriate. So,
So Evan,
With the commitment, I was curious about the additional 150,000 for this year. And if we had that budgeted or where that might be coming from.
for this year.
It says, the operator will contribute an additional 140,000 to the previous paid 150,000 for a total of 290,000 for fiscal year 2024. I just want to make sure. we did that.
yeah, so I can say a little bit more about that. So you may recall that in the talks going up to the budget, they said, according to their figuring, we should pay them, what is it, 290,000 a year or something like that. We, gave them less than that. And I think partly as a goodwill gesture, this proposal is to give them exactly what they're asking for 2024 and also 2025. In 2026, their new tax revenue should be kicking in. Initially, there was a proposal just to Grand County would make up the difference if that new tax revenue fell short of what they felt they needed to cover the new parts of their district. But I think the fire department preferred to have something more definite, and it was so as sort of an approximation of that idea is we just give them the lower amount for 2026. So that's where that's coming from.
I think it's great. I like the idea, but I like them being independent in 2026. I was just more asking in our budget where that was going to, because I don't believe we budgeted for that higher amount.
I think it would require a budget amendment, and we have a lot of reserve funds. So.
And this is really just saying, let's go ahead with the annexation. It's not any actual annexation happening.
No, but they would start that process in 2025, right? And do all what they need to do, treats and taxation, et cetera, and so on. And then, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to, the annexation would start almost immediately.
Okay.
As soon as their commission approves this document, and this is a draft document, and there's still some back and forth, but as soon as their fire commission approves it, then they start moving forward with the annexation. The mailing, we have some maps that should be associated with this that we just haven't rounded up yet, and I'm going to meet with TJ and James at some point. I think it was this week or next to go over those maps and finalize that mapping exercise. It needs to have the legals of the corners of the county, and then anyway, there's some complicated mapping issues that still need to come out. So this is obviously a draft document that is to kind of like, here we go, let's get this ball rolling. And then there has to be mailings.
Yes, Steve.
But it'll start this year, and then next year will be the first year of fire teams.
Just wanted to update the commission. This document is a newer version, replaced as recent as yesterday. So if any commissioners were excited and downloaded on Friday, it's changed since then slightly. So that document, it has been reviewed by my office. One thing that Quinn noted on, it's a draft document. So I'm assuming that the fire commission, they're going to review it and they may come out with a slightly different version of this. So if you guys wanted to allow the chair to sign this and then subsequently ratify it with additional minor changes, however, if there were substantive changes that you'd want to see it again. And that's kind of whenever we interact with other entities, it's that kind of who makes the first step. So just a heads up, FYI.
I think it's great. I'm really glad to see it for us.
Do I have a motion?
Sure.
Bill, will you include the word draft in the motion?
Sure.
I don't think it's in there written, but
I move to approve the draft memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the Moab Valley Fire Protection District and Grand County, with the understanding that if it comes back with only minor changes, that the chair can sign this document. If it's something major, then we would want to look at it again before signing.
I'll second that.
A motion by Bill, seconded by Trish. Does anybody have any questions or anything to add?
This is more of a future thing today, but at some point I assume Lower Valley would get involved in the discussions.
As a part of that agreement, did you read, we would continue to
to pay that portion.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That is one small part that we're gonna have to iron out later, if future events happen, it's just.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've talked about that with the fire department.
I heard they're getting a new chief. I don't know. It's just-
Any further? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All
Yes.
opposed? Passes unanimously. Number 7. State audit. Utah State Audit. Finding and recommendations, Bill Winfield.
So yeah, this is, there's a lot here, as we're all aware. I'm sure that everybody's had a chance to review the audit. If they haven't, I hope they don't admit it, but there's been a lot of public interest in the state audit, and it's been almost 4 weeks since we received that report, and it hasn't been reviewed yet in the public eye, and that's why I wanted to do this. So I know we called an emergency meeting to quickly discuss the draft report as soon as we received that. And I'm not sure why we've not been as quick to review and act on the full report, but here we are. I know there was initial talk about reviewing this in a couple of weeks, possibly in a closed session, but I thought that was too long to wait. We have a responsibility to our constituents to address this in public as quickly as possible and not delay it any further. Or as Deputy State Auditor Tina Cannon said at Tuesday's Travel Council Advisory Board meeting, and I quote, "Anything that the county commission does should be open to public scrutiny. Anything they do. There are very few things you can do that are not public." So with that tonight, I'd like us to come to some sort of consensus about accepting the state auditor's findings so we can start enacting the recommendations and charting a way forward. It's important for a number of reasons. First, the state's findings are serious and we need to take them seriously. There was not 1, but 5 findings with 13 recommendations. They concluded the county improperly spent at least $4 million up until the end of last year. And in their conclusion, the auditor said, "These findings show a consistent pattern of Grand County using statutorily restricted tourism related tax revenues for unallowable purposes. We consider this increasing pattern of misuse to constitute intentional abuse rather than uninformed error." I would like to read that last sentence again. We consider this increasing, not decreasing pattern, not one-offs or misuse to constitute intentional abuse rather than uninformed error. I don't know how the auditors could have been more forceful than this. Second, the auditor stated correcting the tone at the top is paramount in correcting the findings, and we are the top. I'm hoping everyone had a chance to watch the Travel Council Advisory Board or TCAB meeting where Deputy State Auditor Tina Cannon restated the importance of that finding. I know that there are reasons that we didn't have our liaison there that were given, but I think that it's important that everybody watch that meeting in full. Given its importance, I can see no good reason for not revisiting that YouTube meeting. But just in case anyone missed it, Auditor Cannon said, "Anytime that I'm seeing an absolute breakdown of there doesn't seem to be a desire to implement change, then there is going to be a red flag to that, and we're going to want to come in sooner rather than later to make it so that things get changed." And just so everyone is aware, in all likelihood, Ms. Cannon will be the new state auditor starting next year. Third, we need to acknowledge the potential consequences if we fail to act. It was very clear from Tuesday's TCAB meeting that the state auditors are monitoring us closely. And it was very clear we will be audited again in 5 to 6 months to see what progress we've made. As our county attorney has informed us, State Code 67-3-118 states that the state auditor has to inform the legislature if we do not enact all of the recommendations. And at Tuesday's TCAB meeting, Auditor Seth Oveson went into great detail about what sections of code could easily be changed. Seth said, "You want to play nice to avoid that code section to be developed further in a direction you wouldn't want it to go." I don't think he could have given us a clearer warning. It was clear to me, at least, that the state auditor has already given some thought to what additional actions it could recommend if we fail to recognize the seriousness of this act and act appropriately. TRT and TRCCA money brings in about $10 million each year to this county. We have a very serious obligation to our constituents not to jeopardize that. Auditor Seth Overson said at the TCAP meeting, "I don't know if the community in Grand County understands how much money is going toward their sheriff's office. TRT almost completely funds the sheriff's office. I don't know of another county that so heavily subsidizes their police department." And Deputy State Auditor Tina Cannon pointed out repeatedly that this is a voluntary tax. We are not forced to impose it. We don't have to accept TRT or TRCCA money, but if we do impose it, we must play by the rules. Grand County can't afford to lose this money. Lastly, from the report, it's obvious that some large budget allocations the county made for this year are no longer appropriate. We will need to review and amend those to ensure our current position doesn't decay further. So with that, I'd like us to go through the report from the beginning, review the text, review the recommendations that were made after their findings, and then in the future work with Gabe to make sure we all understand what's required of us, staff, and Gabe to implement each of those recommendations. The report came up with 5 findings, and if you've all read them, I don't need to go through them line by line, but I do think it's important that we discuss their recommendations, and I believe that there were 13 of those in all total. So at this point, I'd like to go through the recommendations by finding. Finding number 1, we recommend that Grand County correct the percentage of TRT funds allocated for mitigation activities to the amount allowed by statute. Reimburse the promotion fund for any expenditures on mitigation activities that exceed the statutory limit in prior years. Finding 2 was failure to apply generally accepted accounting principles. Recommendations: properly record those transactions as prepaid expenditures to comply with GAAP. Reimburse any TRT funds improperly expended for unallowable economic development activities after June 30, 2023. Finding number 3, inappropriate classification of expenditures as tourism promotion. Recommendations: reimburse that tourism promotion funds. Tourism promotion funds be reimbursed for any improper expenditures. Properly classify prior year expenditures. Correct the accounting code for current year's expenses and adjust the fund balance for expenditures. Finding 4, inappropriate use of tourism promotion funds used for economic development. The recommendations: we recommend that Grand County track salaries related to economic development activities separately from restricted TRT, restricted tourism promotion funds. Reimburse any TRT funds improperly spent on economic development. properly classify prior year expenditures, correct the accounting code for current year expenses, and adjust the fund balance for expenditures. Finding 5, inappropriate use of TRCC funding. Recommendations: reimburse all TRCCA funds used on the Grand Center, strengthen its internal controls to ensure restricted TRCCA funds are properly used for allowable purposes. And I've spent quite a bit of time in the last week in emails back and forth with Gabe. And part of the problem is that our economic development and our travel council is all lumped together, and he and I have discussed, and I think that it would be good for the rest of the commission to get in on that discussion at some point about separating those in the budget so that they have their own account and they can be tracked and budgeted for. That doesn't mean separating them in their workforce. It means in the accounting portion of it, and Gabe felt via email that it was something that we should probably discuss as a commission, because there's ways that that would then allow that money to be tracked separately rather than all lumped into one pot. So there's plenty of room to follow these recommendations. And so I'd like to make the motion that goes along with this, and I move to approve that the Grand County Commission accept the findings of the Utah State Auditor's Office and work in conjunction with the Utah State Auditor's Office, appropriate county elected officials, and associated staff and audit teams as necessary to implement all of the recommendations of the Utah State Auditor's Office as outlined in findings excuse me, dated June 21st, 2024.
Second that.
Bill, do you have anything further to add?
Yeah, I strongly suggest that we listen to this and we move forward and follow what they're recommending that we do here. There's just no reason to not listen to what they're asking of us to do.
My comment goes, sorry about that. My comment goes back to the beginning. I think we could have easily dealt with this in a completely different tone and a more accepted tone to the state auditor's office, and working with them hand in hand from the beginning would have been would have looked better, would have had better outcomes. You saw in the TCAP meeting, at least the U2, you saw the outright anger pointed at the commission from both Seth Overson, and I can't think of her name. Tina Cannon. But you could, in more than just body tone, see that Grand County is going to get very pointed out in this next legislative session if we do not do so. We should have been doing it from the beginning. So
I'll go to Kevin. Kevin, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I don't know, that was quite a long thing, so I don't know if I'll be able to remember and respond to everything, or if I want to. This just feels to me like a rehash of detailed discussions we've already had when we were drafting the response letter. And I think the response letter, outlined in a fair amount of detail things that we were going to do. It's going along with some of their directions, pointing out that we disagree with some others. We don't have any new information. Their final management letter versus the draft one, there's almost no, just minor changes. And I think that response still stands. And we could go item by item why our disagreement on the implications of code, but I don't know if this is the time or place to do it, and it would just be a repeat of discussions we've already had. I do want to take a step back though, and I guess I'm a little bit I mean, the overall effect of this, especially from the point of view of the typical resident of Grand County, is, if we were to just follow the auditor reports and recommendations, assuming that, their reading of the code is better than ours, which I don't think it is. It's a big shift of tax burden from tourists to Grand County residents. And I don't think that's a good idea. And I think it's worth, if we're gonna take $4 million and shift it from tourism taxes to property taxes, I don't, I'm just not eager to do that. I think I would look for reasons that we don't need to do that. And I think we do have some very good reasons. So I'm very surprised at the enthusiasm of some people in the community to shift the tax burden like this. I don't think it's a good idea. And I think we have a very defensible position and we should stick with it.
Yes, Evan?
Yeah, I would say it's a little unclear with the motion with implementing all recommendations. I mean, I think to Kevin's point, when we were looking at funding the Grand Center as a convention center, there was a lot of investigation around that, and I think that before we just push those operations of the Grand Center back onto property tax or the general fund, that it's worth kind of investigating what other small rural counties are doing with shared spaces like that. And that's just kind of one example that I think that there's some places where in our response letter we were quite open that yes, we made mistakes and we intend to change things from this silo to that silo. A lot of it was around fund balances and not actual spending that happened. I like the idea of kind of tracking some of the economic development in that office through several ways. But I think, it's without a concrete plan of like, this is what we're going to do and implications of how that would affect the full-time position, if it was funded through different budgets, that sort of stuff. There's kind of more questions for me than a broad sweeping motion, I don't think gets to the nitty-gritty. So I'm perfectly willing to hash these things out and continue to work on them. And I agree that that it needs to be addressed. And I think that, with all the research and effort that goes into typical budgeting, that we should continue that thoroughness and, kind of charting our way out of here as well. So that's where I am.
Trish?
So I just wrote a couple things down. I want to reiterate, and I realize they put that in their letter, but I don't think any of our actions were nefarious. Many of our actions were this entire commission voting unanimously on expenditures. So we all were a part of some of those decisions, and I think that they were decisions that we all felt were right at the time. Spending money on the Grand Center, spending money on helping businesses get back up on their feet after a flood, I think would be supported by this entire community. I do not, as Kevin pointed out, want to make a major shift of taxes onto our citizens. I think, the way that the code is written allows us to mitigate tourism impacts. And I think we've done so by reaching out to the tax commission, having the tax commission then refer us to our county attorney, which we have done with our current county attorney and our last county attorney. So I think we have gone through all the appropriate channels to do our absolute best to follow code. That being said, I stick by our letter. I think that it was you know, we are doing the absolute best that we can to decipher code. I think we admitted where mistakes were made. We admitted that we wanted to fix those mistakes immediately. But I think in other instances, it was interpretation of code. And so you know, I feel that we've made efforts and I stick by those efforts. Mr. Stotts?
I want to make one clarification. I did send out an email a little while back, and it's Utah Code annotated 76-3-118. And in the email, I sent it out and I kind of indicated that the state auditor's office has the ability to come back. I specifically asked Ms. Cannon when they would do that follow-up review, because it says that it's not necessarily on the first audit. So they do the audit, they make the recommendation. And then it says upon a subsequent audit, they verify and check that we're in compliance with their previous recommendations. My question to her was, how quickly do you come back and do the second audit? Because it's the second audit that triggers the requirement to push it over to the Legislative Management Committee. And she didn't say. She said sometimes it's 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. So that's just something to be aware of. And again, that's why I kind of feel like the TCAP provides a lot of insight, because when and where and how that provision triggers, you've got the thoughts from them. So I think that's something that's important for the commission to be aware of. But I wanted to make that clarification that under the code, it doesn't necessarily automatically trigger. It requires a second audit before, based on the code, based on their interpretation of it.
I have a few comments on the mitigation activities and expenditures. Gabe came to us before we even got the information from the auditors telling us there was that mistake and it was going to have to be fixed. So we were aware of that mistake and we were going to fix it. And I think he has already fixed it, and it will be approved in when we do our budget amendment. And then so the mitigation portion, that percentage that you know, where they twisted that percentage and made it wrong, which was a clerical error, and every single one of us saw it, including, and no one caught it, and he has already worked on that. As far as mitigation, there is a percentage of transient room tax that can be spent on mitigation to mitigate the impacts of our of having so many tourists, that we are paying for the infrastructure for up to 2 million people that visit our community with a tax base of 6,000, 10,000. So that's a huge, and so I don't, you know, that we spend a lot on our police station, our sheriff's office, excuse me, not police station, is because we have one of the busiest police sheriff's office in the state and it's because of a lot of it because of the number of tourists, so that we spend a portion of our money. We have huge amounts of solid waste that hits our community. You know, our mitigation funds, we overspent it because of a clerical error, not because of malfeasance or anything that we chose to do. And we caught the error and we're already going to fix it. As far as the, when we, after House Bill 416 passed, we talked to the state audit department. We spoke to our county attorney. We worked diligently to make sure that we spent the rest of that portion of that money in a way that was acceptable by the auditor's office and by our county attorney, and they told us to. And so everybody, it was an open public meeting where we decided to give the money to Redtail, Sun News, University, Utah State, and the Grant County School District. That was decided in an open public meeting with the blessings of the state audit department and our county attorney. And
Unanimous vote.
and, you know, I don't know anyone in our community that's disappointed that our graduation rate went up. It went up because of that. No one in our county, I think, is upset about having a a revolving loan fund that will help small businesses and businesses that are trying to get off their feet. We can't ever do this again. This was a one-time deal because we no longer have the ability to spend that money in that manner. So, I agree in our letter that we followed the advice of our attorney and the advice of the state audit at that time, and they gave us their blessing. I won't go through each one of the details. I do think we're already started it. Of course, it's very interrupted right now, of doing a better job of tracking when our different people in that department are working on tourism and when they're working on economic opportunity. That is already in place and already happening. So we've already mitigated that. And the Grand Center, that once again, we never made that decision in a vacuum. And we never made that decision without it being open and public. And I think we need to research and see how other small communities do this with their TRG. And we do not have a convention center, and a lot of the conventions and a lot of the things happen. And so and as far as, Seth, I didn't see him as angry. I saw him as wanting to have the TRT, the TCAP, and us find a way that we could work closer together. And I agree with him. And I've spoken I think we need to look at how some of that resolution and maybe do some tweaking with it. I see some real value in doing that. I do think there's some things that could be done, but I feel, and she also, I watched the meeting. She also said, it most likely the next part is not going to happen quickly. She wants to give our Gabe, the clerk auditor, and our new person an opportunity to delve into it, figure it out, and make a decision on how to move forward. So I am comfortable with the letter we wrote. I feel like nothing was done because we wanted to break the law. So that being said, I will go back to each commissioner. Bill, do you have anything to add? Mike?
Our interpretation is being called out by the Utah State Auditor's Office as wrong.
They told us it was right at one time.
Not now. Why are we not working with them hand in hand or leaded guidance? Why would we not want that? Why are we not working with the guidance that TCAP is getting on from them, from the Utah State Auditor's Office and the newly appointed leadership? Why would we not want to work with them hand in hand to get this cleaned up quickly and easily?
Kevin?
I do think, we might need to clean up some loose ends and have some official response to the letter. We've done a number of them already. There's been some email discussion about other things we might do, but I think it needs a little bit more discussion. So I was going to move to just postpone this item indefinitely until we've had those discussions.
Is that a substitute motion?
Is that a substitute motion?
No, it's a motion to postpone indefinitely. It's kind of like tabling, but
We have to have a vote on the current motion that's pending. Unless you're suggesting a separate motion. Commissioner Winfield has a motion on the floor that's been seconded.
right, and I'm moving to postpone it. It's like
So
they-
that would be a substitute motion from what,
well,
when I-
not really, no. It's,
well, it's not well, it could be an amendment because
I
it's
mean,
not
it's
changing the
something we
motion.
do.
It could be an amendment because it's not changing the motion. It's saying that the motion will be discussed later. So yeah, it could be an amendment to the motion.
I think we have often in the past postponed the thing, so it's just, I don't know. I don't want to get in a big parliamentary procedure debate. But so if you don't like that, I could, just move to end debate, and we can vote on it. More polite to postpone.
Well, let me hear from, every commissioner gets an opportunity to speak twice, at least. And so we haven't heard again from Trish.
I don't have much to add. I mean, I think postponing it is probably a good thing to do so that we can continue to discuss. If we want to modify a few things, if we want to respond one more time, that's fine. But I'm okay with postponing this item, and I do appreciate the discussion. I think it was important to discuss it tonight. I just don't think I'm ready to roll over. I don't feel that way. I don't feel like it's appropriate at this time.
The second comment I would like to make is I know Gabe has been working very closely with the state auditor's office. He has been, and I'm a little uncomfortable with moving forward with any of this. This is a huge money decision. I mean, this is huge what this is being requested. To do it without our clerk auditor here. We need our clerk auditor here. We need their money people here before we decide to say, okay, we're going to roll all this money into property tax. I mean, that's what you're asking for. I mean, that's what it's basically is that the citizens of this county will be responsible for those types of expenditures through their property tax, not through this other tax. So I'm in favor for postponing for many reasons. I'm comfortable with the letter we sent, but also because I'm not comfortable making such a financially, I mean, that's a hit to the property tax without our clerk auditor being present. Bill?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with postponing it, I'll be honest with you. And I'd like to address a couple of the remarks that have been made. And one of them is graduation is up. I'm glad graduation is up, but that does not support intentional misuse of taxes that we don't have to impose on businesses in this community. And we keep stating that we're going to move this onto property taxes. Our budget dollar amount is not changing here. We're just choosing to use TRT as it's intended. And that means that rather than fund Madeline's department, Active Trails and Transportation, we can choose to fund something else that it does allow. It doesn't mean that we are all of a sudden pushing a burden on the taxpayers, as several of you, Kevin and Mary, you keep reiterating that we're putting a burden on the taxpayers by following the law. I think the taxpayers want you to follow the law. I don't think they're looking for us to insinuate that we keep breaking the law and going against the audit that was imposed on Grand County. And Trish, you keep talking about a unanimous vote. Well, there was not a unanimous vote on the first meeting in January over 2024's budget. It was 5-2. I raised concerns last year during the 2024 budget process that what we were doing was inappropriate. And I voted against it in January. So yes, there were votes that were unanimous. We voted unanimously to help some different departments out. But the overall riding concern here is that we just use the money as the law states we can. Not that we're pushing a burden on this group of citizens or that. Let's just fall into line with what it is, or we stand a chance of losing even further. 416 that took something away from us. What's the next one gonna be? What are they gonna do next? I mean, why is it that we're arguing so hard to continue spending money inappropriately according to the state of Utah? Why are we arguing? So I'm not, my motion stands. I'll take a vote on it.
Does anyone have anything new to add to this discussion? Anything that they would like to add that hasn't already been stated? So it looks like we will vote on the original motion and then see what happens there, and then we can vote on the motion to postpone.
No, I think we just vote to postpone.
You still haven't had a second on the motion.
Oh, sorry.
I'll second that on Kevin's motion to postpone.
Sorry, Stephen, I didn't realize about the second.
So there's the most recent motion on the floor is a motion by Kevin to postpone, seconded by Tricia Dean. I have stated I would like our clerk auditor here when we do this discussion. I think it's real important to have the person that's over the money when making such a big money decision. So I'll call for the vote for the motion to postpone. All in favor of the motion to postpone, raise your hands. Was voted to postpone by Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Tricia Dean, Mary McGann. Motion to not postpone. In opposition. In opposition by Bill Winfield and Mike McCurdy. So the motion passes to postpone. From my understanding, since that motion passed, we don't have to vote on the second one.
Correct.
Okay, good. So we will, I think this discussion should continue, and I do want to have, I think we should have our chair and our newly hired financial person and Gabe with us so that they can answer the questions of where the money's going to come from. We have to pay this money back. Where's it coming from? So we move to our next item. Thank you. Change commission liaisons from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council from Clapper to McCurdy. Evan Clapper.
This body is affectionately known as the Justice League, and they are working on some long-term planning and some long-range goals. And with my term ending in a few months, it seemed logical to have someone that was going to be around longer as they're making plans for next year's requests and future implementation down the line. And so Mike had mentioned to me at one point that he was willing and able to step in, and so we just wanted to make it official that transfers and get him appointed so that he can chair that body.
Jeez. Do you want to make a motion?
I would move to appoint Mike McCurdy as our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council liaison.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Can I second that?
I'll second it. Okay, any discussion? Thanks, Mike. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Yes, you can. It's in- Yeah, Stephen was nice enough to send me that.
Okay, I'll vote for it.
Send me that document that we'd done, and it said on it that you can vote for yourself. It's
Okay.
in the bylaws. I read it just this week. You can vote for yourself. Okay, we are to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is the approval of Grant County Commission meeting minutes for June 4th and June 18th, 2024. ratification of payments of bills. In the bills through July 3rd, including the total bills at $1,032,962.19. Payroll at $479,168.81 for an overall total of $1,512,130.00. Bills through July 17th. Total bills, $701,454.82. Total payroll of $420,579.29, with overall total of $1,122,032.08. Local consent single event permit for the Oktoberfest, ratification of award for the packet for the flood mitigation funding. Can I have flood mitigation funding? Ratification of amendment to the independent contracting agreement ICA with the Neon Union brand for the 2024 County Fair. Ratification of the Utah Office of Tourism Co-op grant letter of support, opium settlement agreement. I have a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Any questions, discussion? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, so we are to our first discussion item is Travel Council Advisory Board bylaws and resolution. This was put on to direct the staff to start looking at it. The thing that I think needs to happen is we are working to get everything on the same template.
All of the bylaws.
All of the bylaws.
Yeah, that's great.
And then when Quinn was going through it, to decide on the emergency meeting for the TCAP, there were things on it. We discovered there were lots of words like should, there was a lot of there was a lack of clarity in it. So we need to clear it up, and we need to make sure that everything aligns with the state code. So that's the reason that I had this discussion item, is because I wanted everyone to know that we are in the process of moving all boards onto a template so that it relates from one to another, so it's clearer and easier to read and easier to follow, and to clear them up, getting rid of words like should, because should, it's so vague that nobody really knows what it means. So that's why I had it on, for those three simple reasons. And I just wanted to make sure the board knew and see if the board had any comments. Commissioners, talking about board commissioners, any comments or things to add to the discussion?
Did you see any I can't even say it, substantive changes other than like wording and cleaning up that language?
I think we're gonna have, what I see us doing is taking the state code and comparing it to what we have, because things have changed a lot.
Okay.
And to make sure that our bylaws have continued to follow on what the state has.
And is that any
And then we will do it, we'll move to do it on another board. And we go through until we have all the boards up to date and on a template, so that it's easy for a person to read one bylaws and go to the next bylaws.
there was nothing like, we have 12 people, you should only have 10. I mean, there was nothing of that nature.
Unless
It hasn't been reviewed yet. I mean, it's just an internal. This isn't a red line draft or anything.
No,
It's just,
it hasn't been, and nobody's, it's just the beginning process. And then it'll have to be part of the TCAP board's discussions as well. So it's beginning the process, because as we know in government, nothing moves quickly, and if you don't begin a process, it will never happen. Yes, Steve.
I think one of the things, Quinn and I were looking at the board bylaws, and what the TCAP has currently is substantially more than what the state requires. And so if you look at the first section of the bylaws, it walks them through, and the commission has given them a lot of input to have comments about recreation, about promotion, and the state has really bare bones, really hold back. So if the commission wanted to change it to what the state has, it's substantially less than what the board currently does. The other thing that we had when we discussed the bylaws, there's a substantial misunderstanding by staff understanding the role of the chair. And that came out in a couple disagreements. And really, on our advisory boards, the chair is the person that drives the meeting. They set the agenda just like it is here. And I think clarifying that for staff, I think that would really help them kind of better do their jobs, because there's awkward language in the TCAP board. It requires the chair and the director to communicate and put things on the agenda. But ultimately, it does say specifically that the chair is the person that authorizes and sets out the agenda. And so there's been some growing pains, it looks like, for that understanding between the chair and the director. So that's something that could be cleaned up. Another problem that occurred, the bylaws that were on the website were the 2012 version of it, not the most recent updated version of it. And so that caused an additional hiccup that wasn't addressed. And then lastly, there was odd language regarding meetings, and it stated that the meetings wouldn't be happening every month. And then it said, or they would be happening one meeting per month every month for the exception of July. But then there was language separately about emergency meetings, and there was a bit of misunderstanding about when emergency meetings should be triggered or not. And so if those things could be cleaned up, I think the functionality of things would be best served. If the commission wants to reduce or change the TCAP's role, that's what they'd have to do in lining out the purpose, because really what the state requires is it's really just like one sentence about giving an annual priority list, and it's just it's kind of viewed on a one annual basis. And so those are the things that I'd point out, and I got a copy of the bylaws if people really that excited. And then for the state code, it's 17-31-8. And that kind of lays out that really all they're supposed to do under the law is merely advise the county legislative body on the best uses of revenue collected from the tax under section 59-12-603 by providing the legislative body with a priority list of proposed expenditures based on projected available tax revenues supplied to the board by the county legislative body on an annual basis. So that's what their goal is. Tina Cannon went through, and again, this meeting is very important, and walked through and said that essentially the TCAP has the ability to ask for a tremendously large amount of information, documents, records, etc. And so Quinn and I have also discussed about how, really what needs to happen is probably the Tribal Council board and the commission should probably sit down and have a talk about what the goal is, what the commission anticipates, and really kind of have a better understanding. Because currently, I'm not a relationship therapist, but there's a lot of miscommunication that's happening, and it's bleeding over into a lot of things. So I'd really encourage the commission, maybe you want to create a subcommittee or have them propose some changes on bylaws or functionality, but really it would be really helpful from my vantage point to address some of this, because it's going to take up a good chunk of my time and Gwen's time to address some of these things.
So is that what you're
Eric?
thinking as for future consideration?
Yeah, it may be something, but you guys can't create a subcommittee today.
No, we can't. It could be a future consideration. Kevin,
I was just going to say that I also support the idea of making our bylaws for TCAB line up more precisely with the state code, and in particular, giving them responsibilities that they have in state code and not go beyond that. So that's, I guess, I'm in favor of, as we're preparing in some new bylaws, I would be in favor of that being at least, one of the options.
Yeah, so I guess if I'm hearing correctly from Kevin and Mary and Trish here, is what we're really looking at is stripping some of TCAP's power away because we don't like the way that it's, the decisions that they're making are supposed to be listened to and abided by the commission, and you can cover it up and say you're trying to put them all underneath one envelope, as you have said, but clearly he just said that he wants to take the power away and make it in only what the state allows. So it's a past commission somewhere gave TCAP some authority here in Grand County, and this commission, mainly 3 of you at this point, there's probably more, want to strip that power away and reduce it to the bare minimum that the state requires. And
Not
so I
sure
just
why
want to
I'm
make
being
sure,
lumped. Why-
point of order,
Okay,
Don't
wait.
point your finger.
Please don't point your finger at me.
point of order, Mary.
I said,
Keep
okay.
order on your dais here.
Asked her to- She did.
Thank you. Okay, so all I want to make sure is that we understand here is that you're trying to take power away from them. That's what you have just all mentioned in your comments here. So I'm not real sure where the struggle is, if it's with the board members that we currently have, or you're trying to get some kind of control over this. But I just want to be open about it. Let's not hide it. Let's not hide it under we're trying to bring everything into a line here. Yes, there's some value in all of our boards being listened to because we seldom listen to our boards here. We continually, whether it's regarding water appointments, whether it's TCAB, we all take their input and then we do as we darn well please up here with a majority vote. And so I think we got to be real careful when we start taking power away from something that the past commission gave.
Trish.
I haven't read through their bylaws, to be very honest here, but in taking if we clarified TCAP's workload entirely on what they were previously given or tasked with, is that where are those tasks going to fall? Like who's the person that's going to pick them up? Is it going to be our staff, etc.? I haven't gone over them, but I would like to look at them because I mean we're putting a workload. If we're relieving any workload on that board, it's going to fall on another board or another position.
Trish, then Kevin. I just want a point of clarification. I never stated anything about taking any, but I don't know why I was lumped into that statement. My understanding quite a long time ago is that the commission staff was working on, making a template for all of our special service districts, et cetera, and so on boards that was standardized. That's all I said. I didn't say anything about TCAP, so I want to clarify that. So why I was lumped into that, I'm not sure, unless I missed something, but don't throw me under the bus when I don't belong under there. I'm fine with it when I do, but not when I don't. Kevin?
I wanted to make a different clarification. I don't think the TCAP board really has any power. They're an advisory board. And so I think it's instead of taking power away, it would be taking responsibilities away or something like that would be a better way to say it. I do think that's a good idea. One thing that's different, that distinguishes the TCAP board from most of our other boards is there's a pretty heavy constraint about who can serve on that board. That's mandated by state code. It has to be, people who work in certain industries. So it's not a board that reflects our broad community. It's a board, that's fairly narrow in terms of the people who are eligible for it. And I think in general, it's good to have, broader boards. So I'm not inclined to make this board with its more rigid membership requirements have any more responsibilities than the ones we have to do by code. To me, that's just common sense. I think if we wanted to get advice on an array of other things, we could set up another board and open it up to everybody because, those issues affect everybody who lives here. But again, I think the main argument is have the board just correspond to state code. And I think that will lead to a smoother relationship in the future. So.
One other thing to note, the state did clarify that the TCAB has the ability, and if the TCAB doesn't do it, Grant County under certain classifications cannot put money into mitigation for certain types of activities without the blessing of the TCAB. So again, that's specified in the meeting. I believe it's two areas, emergency management and something else. So they do have some authority, and that's likely not what Commissioner Walker is stating to take away, but it's the purpose section under Article 1, Section 1. But again, I cannot stress enough, please watch this meeting because it really indicates what is likely to happen based on their continued view of the county, and likely what they'll do is they're going to ramp up the oversight the TCAB has over the TRT. So again, I would urge the commission to really consider making some active steps in communications, because what's ultimately going to happen is they're going to take away the ability for the county to manage the mitigation and put that whole ability only on the TCAB, and we're going to have buyer's remorse on handling the circumstances. So again, you should probably reach out to Cody Stewart. You should probably take a look at the meeting, probably talk to the TCAB. I think there are good ways to do it. But I'm happy to assist on, I serve the pleasure of the commission. I'm happy to assist in making modifications to the bylaws, things that you'll want to focus on. Is the purpose section just going to merely match the 17-31-8 of the tax advisor board under the code? So.
Yes, Mike?
Wanted to reiterate what you said about future consideration. I'd like to have that open discussion, or at least a group of us have a discussion with DCAB meeting.
I recommend we wait till chair gets back, organize that. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, let's move to UDOT streetlight installation. I hope this is good news. Aggie Boulevard.
Yeah, so it's down to where we need Grand County to give the thumbs up if they're interested in participating in the street light. Jared Beard, who is the head of Division 4 of UDOT, and I have been working on the Aggie Boulevard street light for months now. And there were 5 people involved in the city of Moab, the developer, GWC, I believe, but I could be misquoting the initials that are putting in the housing up there, USU, Grand County, and Sitla. If they would all participate in paying for this light, then UDOT would fund the rest of it because the traffic count doesn't qualify for a light there. And so everybody is on board, and the request is $50,000. Everybody is on board so far except for Grand County and Sitla. The city of Moab, Michael Black has communicated to me that they will cover their portion. USU, Samantha Campbell has communicated that she would cover their portion, and Brooke Cole from GWC has communicated that they would do their portion. So what I would like to see is a thumbs up from the commission to put this on the agenda next meeting and vote that we will pay $50,000 towards that stoplight.
I know, in
50K each.
I know there was discussion in some of the Utah State about approaching, setting up a Zoom meeting or approaching UDOT about, the number, how with the building of those houses. You know, I can't remember how many they're gonna be, but I think it's close to 300. It's a lot. And how that is going to dramatically increase the,
They've looked at all those numbers. They're running,
Even
they've ran all of the numbers of the future there. It's a long ways away from a light being required at that intersection. And so,
they do
yes,
think
it's 50,000 each. The cost of the light is somewhere in the neighborhood of 650 to 750,000, according to Jared, to install there. And so, oh, I'm sorry, Mike, and so they're asking for a community participation to move that light forward sooner.
yes, Mike.
Is that? Okay, would you not come in and do the construct, like with our, if we gave our input, everyone else gave their input? Or their 50K, UDOT would pick up the rest of the tab
Correct.
and construction tab
And install.
and so.
That is the construction tab is approximately 600 to 750. And they've got very accurate numbers. They just installed 2 lights on Main Street. The furthest one out, which I think is 4th North, I could be wrong, was the most expensive of those 2. And it was right there at the 750 mark. So
Is it feasible for the roads? I'm not trying to, do you know what I mean? Like where it can it come out of Bill's budget? I'm just trying to figure out where do we find that? I mean, I guess we figure that out after.
yeah, I don't know.
That's why it's good to
I'm
have
sure
Dave
that
here.
we've got places that we can find that money. Just
Is there a timeline on that? Would it be a 2025 thing? The 50K, would it be?
he's moving forward with the plans right now. He feels like that there's enough input at this point that he doesn't see it's not gonna come through. So he started all of the studies and everything he needs to get the installation there.
Would it be a commitment for this year?
Yes,
Or for
it needs
next
to be
year.
a commitment from this year.
So we'd have to have a budget amendment and we'd have to have Gabe here. Yeah, so
Yeah.
future consideration, I think. Yes,
So I just want to make sure thanks, Bill. That was a good summary, but I just want to confirm I'm understanding correctly. Currently, there's not enough traffic for UDOT to just foot the whole bill. And even in the foreseeable future with new construction there, they're telling you there still wouldn't be enough traffic for them to just pay for all of it. And so the alternative is for there to be support from Grand County and Moab City and other entities, and then they would cover the balance. Is that all correct?
Yes, their current projection is that a light would go in there when the roads that they're gonna put on each side, the frontage roads go in, which is on about a 10-year schedule, so which is quite a ways out. So that's their current projection of when that would actually need a light there.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I guess I mean, it's disappointing that we can't get UDOT to pay for this, but if, this is our best option, I know a lot of people who've requested lights there, so $50,000 doesn't seem unreasonable to me, so.
so we should, yeah, let's get it on a future consideration. So, okay, is there anything else to add?
But I would think we want to see it on the next agenda to vote yes or no on, would we not? We want to keep UDOT moving forward.
I already added it. We just need the background and some documents.
Thank you.
We are public hearing, general rezone request, range and crazy, to rural residential. Bryce? Bryce?
Hi there, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic, okay. So hopefully I can keep this pretty brief. I am gonna try to share, if that's all right. Give me just 1 second. Okay. So we have the applicant who I don't think he was able to call in. He was planning on it. This is Kevin Grimes, and he is interested in rezoning this particular parcel here that you can see on the vicinity map. This is a 2.2 acre parcel in Thompson Springs, and he is asking to rezone it from range and grazing to rural residential. So as you can see, pretty much all of the surrounding area, despite size or use, is zoned range and grazing. The intention with this would be in the future, should there actually be adequate water in Thompson Springs, he would ideally like to subdivide to make 2 parcels. But this application is not for the subdivision. He is only asking for the rezone at this time. This was presented to Planning Commission last week, and they have forwarded a favorable opinion of it. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions?
I do.
Yes.
Bryce,
Yes.
I'm sure that you've considered the replat that's going on, and he has, because I believe that King Street along there, the line could move a little bit. He could lose a little bit, or he could gain a little bit when that replat goes through. I would just want to make sure that this doesn't in any way hold up the other, I don't know what we've got, about 35 to 50 residents out there that have patiently been waiting on that rezone. So
Yeah, he is aware of it. And at this point, I don't think he stands to lose what would be considered a significant portion of land. With the 2.2 acres. He's still amenable to what the replat looks like so far. So I don't think this would hold up the replat in any way.
perfect. That's the only question I had.
I will open this public meeting. Is there any member of the public here to comment on this rezone? Not seeing any. I will keep this open until July 31st at 5 o'clock. 24th.
Yes.
So, okay, 24th, excuse me, at 5 o'clock. Yeah,
Okay.
that's where I think I got confused. So anyway, it's open until the 24th. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. To discuss reasonable intimate litigation and character, professional competency, or physical or mental health of an individual. Motion by Bill.
I'll second. Oh, thank you.
Mike.